Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to get started. And I lost my file. All right, we'll do that in a minute. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will call the August 8th meeting of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors to order. Let the record state that all board members are here. Mr. Forehand representing the Madison District, Mr. Black representing Western Caroline, Mr. Seeley representing Bowling Green, Mrs. Long representing Port Royal, Mr. Underwood, Reedy Church, and I'm Floyd Thomas representing the Mattapan District. At this time, I will ask Mrs. Long if she will lead us in invocation, followed by Baylor Stork, a member of the baseball team, and a high school athlete who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Long?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here safely tonight. We ask that you guide us in wise decisions that are best for the future of Caroline County. We ask that you watch over us as we travel home and bring us all here together again. In your grace we pray. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Stork?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Stork. I always try to get a young person to say the pledge, to get involved in government. I'm sure being the son of the former mayor, you know all about being involved in government, so we appreciate that. We will start with board comments. Mr. Forehand?
I'll save mine to the end, thanks.
Mr. Black?
Just real quickly, it's been a while since we met, so want to wish the Caroline students, I know they're heading back to school. Spotsy, we're kind of, our first kind of soft landing is tomorrow, so do want to wish the school system and the schools a good luck on the new year with the school. Also want to go ahead and tell everyone, just as a member of the Board of Supervisors, we have to file reports, financial reports, every so often an election year, and it's public knowledge, I did miss one, so I got to pay the $100 fine, but if you run for office, don't miss those reports, that's the lesson. That's it, really, so that's it, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to talk about National Night Out. It was a fabulous night. We had a great crowd. It was wonderful weather for that evening. In Bowling Green, we had a number of people there and had a really great time, and I want to thank the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department for showing up and helping to cook and all that stuff in the town of Bowling Green. And the mayor actually brought a sound system and music, so I'll have to thank the mayor of Bowling Green for that as well. Today, MC Dean did their grand opening. The green ribbon here is Mr. Thomas and I attended. I had Gary bring it, Mr. Thomas. That was half of the ribbon cutting. Oh, you got peace.
I saved my own.
That represented the accumulation of an $83 million investment in the county and 500 employees. It was really a big event. The governor was here. Secretary of Commerce was here. The building is so big that as the governor spoke, because we were at the end of it, you could actually hear it echo. It was really interesting to listen to and watch, but quite a fabulous building, 183,000 square feet, 168,000 square feet. So it's only 10% of the building that's built over behind or across from the fire station, just to put it into perspective. But it was interesting. The governor was here and was congratulating all of us in the county and the citizens for their support of that business. So I will leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Ms. Long? Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple. I attended the Healthy Generations board meeting. I just want to remind the citizens of Caroline that for your elderly or disabled relatives or parents, there is help through Healthy Generations in Fredericksburg. So please make sure that if you need assistance, that you contact Pat, the executive director, to make sure that we pay for those services. The county chips in about $30,000 each year to keep that organization going. So there are people in the county that take advantage of that. But if you do have elderly or handicapped people that need assistance, please contact Healthy Generations to see what they can do. Secondly, many of you know, I want to thank the board for sending flowers. My wife had a medical emergency. I really appreciate the Caroline County first responders for being there on time, their professionalism, and making sure that she got to the hospital. Luckily, she's back home now. So just want to tell Chief, excellent, and make sure you tell company, I think it was 4, 5, company 5, I said, thank you and job well done. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I have a few, of course, I was there at the MC Dean ribbon cutting. This is phase 3 of their technology park. It's the second time in 3 years we've had the governor come to visit Caroline. I teased him that he ought to have an office here in Caroline because he's going to be here so much, especially when they do phase 4, which will probably be in the next year or two, and when we have the large ribbon cutting for the building Mr. Seeley referenced. So that was a great event. And for all those who live in that area, I did ask the governor directly in front of about 500 or 600 people if he would help us get VDOT to do some work on Dry Bridge Road. So we are trying to work on that. He did say he would do it. That's what he said. Anyhow, the next one is related to county information and news. With the lack of any newspaper here or in Fredericksburg, we probably should start using Caroline Alert. I know the chief uses it for emergencies and the schools use it for emergency, but maybe we should have an option there that would give county news to people that, excuse me, have signed up. It's going to be especially important because there's new rules for public hearings, which Mr. McKenzie can relate to the rest of the board at a later time. But we have to make sure we advertise more. And I think maybe if we used Caroline Alert for county information, it would be a benefit to all the citizens. Another thing that I intended was last Saturday, I went to the Community of Promise event at the high school. And this was an event put on by Caroline's Promise. It was the first time I'd actually attended one. I think this was the 4th one, where they actually give out school supplies to all the students in the county. And they actually filled both cafeterias with sponsors who passed out basically pens, pencils, notebooks, and all the things to what it seemed like 500 or 600 kids that went through for the time that I was there. So really thanks to all the local businesses and civic groups that participated in that. And I want to make sure we say thank you. Again, we've all mentioned National Night Out. I was at the one in Belmont. And quite honestly, I'm not sure how many Sheriff Mosiers there are, because I think he's cloned himself, because he was literally at every one at the same time. So again, kudos to Sheriff Mosier. Mr. Nutter was there with him at each one. So both of those guys do a great job. And he was even at the MC Dean event today. So I'm not sure if this is Mosier number 3 or number 4, but it's great that you're there and support us. So we really do appreciate that. Lastly, I want to send out prayers for Mrs. Underwood's speedy recovery and hope that things work out good. So having concluded my comments, we'll move on to amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments that board members would like to add to the agenda?
Mr. Thomas,
Mr. Forehand.
I'd like a discussion on new business, probably 9A, the reconsideration of the PERT plan that was addressed at the last meeting.
So you would like to add under 9A discussion of the PERT plan that was voted down at the last meeting.
Correct.
So you would need a motion to reconsider at that time. So we'll add 9A, a motion to reconsider.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else? There's nothing else. We will accept the motion to move on as stated.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Motion made by Mr. Underwood, second by Mrs. Long, that we accept the agenda as presented with the one addition. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. We will move to presentations. And our first presentation is a recognition of the Caroline High School baseball team. Mr. Black, as a fellow baseball player, I think you wanted to make sure we had this done, so I'll give you an opportunity to introduce it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. In the spring, there was something that was very special happened with Caroline athletes. I know with the track and field athletes, there was several that did very well and went on to states. So kudos to them. But I really wanted to kind of highlight the baseball team for what they did, because it brought the community together. Their run, their regular season was good, but their postseason run that they made, going on through regionals, and a couple of them, one went 12 innings, one went extra innings, going on to the states, was unbelievable. And if you had an opportunity to go to the state playoff games, it was very, very exciting. And even the state championship game, even though it came up just a bit short, they did an amazing job. And if you appreciate the game of baseball, one of the things that you will notice is sometimes you notice athletes that, and I guess in any sport, athletes that do something very special or above and beyond, what they may do in the regular season. And Caroline, from what I saw, was it was play after play. Some of the double plays that were turned, some of the balls that were run down in the outfield, and especially even in the state championship game, actually on both sides too, were absolutely spectacular. So if you didn't get a chance to see those games, I'm sure Caroline will be right back at it again next year. There's a lot of talent on that team, but that was a special run for those players that are here, the coaches that are here. That was a very, very special run. The whole community was behind you. The parade for people to leave to going out. It's really nice sometimes to see. We fight all the time about whether we're going to do this, how much money we're going to give the schools, whatever. It's sometimes it's really, really nice for a community to come together and just kind of coalesce behind one thing. And that baseball team, for those few weeks that they were on that run, really, really did it. So congratulations, you guys. You guys should be extremely proud of what you did.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Members of the baseball team here, if they'd like to come forward and coach, don't be shy. All right, and as they come down, it's really was a pleasure. I was one of those who stood out on Main Street to see the team off, and I thought it was a great thing. And just so you know, young Mr. Stork, when I was in your position in high school, I got scouted by the Cincinnati Reds. The scout told me I had a major league glove, a minor league arm, and little league bat. So I didn't play baseball much after high school, but we really want to congratulate you guys on the great run. We have a couple of resolutions, one for the team captain and one for the coach. If you'd like to come forward, we're going to give you those. So if you'll come forward, or do you want to say anything first?
Yeah, absolutely. First off, thank you guys for recognizing our miracle run. That was definitely something special. Like I told the guys when we started that we're probably the best 10-loss team in the state. And it kind of went over their head a little bit, but they finally realized that we were, and like Mr. Black was saying, is that it started off with, the game against Goochland, that we were real close from losing that game, but we ended up walking off that game, and everything after that was pretty magical Cinderella story with our guys. as a coach, and also who played in the program back in the late 90s and early 2000s, it was pretty special just to watch these guys go through a lot of adversity, even before the season started, with the adversity that they go through, and some of the hard times during the season, a lot of doubt with players, and then finally really seeing that part click for them. And when it clicked, it really clicked. And when it clicked, it involved a cowboy hat. It involved a lot of energy that those guys brought. But I think a big part of that also was, like you all were saying, was, it was just the community coming together, which is pretty special. With the school backing us up, the community, the sheriff's office, who last minute showed up that early that Saturday morning and did a movie-like parade for us, which was pretty awesome. And that's like I said before, it's a reason why I love to be in this county, the small town, because people can come together so fast. And like you were saying, if you weren't at that, if you weren't at the state semifinal game, you really missed something, because there was probably 1,000 people at that stadium. Parking was very limited in the bottom field, and it was a lot of fun. And I'm going to miss the 4 guys that are graduated, as we all are, but the 11 guys that are coming back, it's going to be a fun year this year. So we hope that the community can come back out, come out to the stadium, look at the schedules, and try to catch some more games, because it's going to be fun this year as well. So again, thank you guys for having us here. It's just a blessing for us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mrs. Stork, you want to say something?
I'm okay.
That's the way I feel too. All right, well, again, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Gentlemen, if you'll come up to the stage, we want to take a couple of pictures of you real quick. You can come this way. Come on.
I see you trying to run away. Come on.
All right, we'll have 2. I'm not going to read them. We'll just pass them. So, again, congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
You did good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right, congratulations. And we're going to get you guys to stand over here in front of the flag, and we're going to take a picture. So, we had one for the coach. Really how greatly appreciative the county is for what you guys did. One for the player rep that showed up. And in case he tell us where to go. Here?
Yep, just squeeze in a little bit.
All right, I'm gonna get in the corner.
Yeah.
As close as I get to the team.
Top of the window.
Come on, Jeff.
If you get steps stool.
It's good to be short. He gets to be in the front all the time. Both of them come to the championship, baby.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more for good luck. Perfect.
And then in my time, they use wooden bats. Oh, you're the man. Way to go.
Not a good year.
27. We're gonna get 20. All right, guys. Again, thank you. All righty. Again, we thank the baseball team and all of the Caroline athletic programs who bring the community together and make us all proud. So they've done a great job. Our next agenda item is something that I started a couple of months ago purely by chance, and that was to recognize Caroline's residents who are 100 years old. And in this time, centenarians. And this time, Mr. Seeley has one in the Bowling Green district. So, Mr. Seeley, you've got a resolution for Mrs. Torrance.
Yes, sir, I do. And I have known Audrey Torrance 30-plus years, so it is with great pleasure that I get to read a resolution celebrating the 100th birthday of Mrs. Audrey Borkey Torrance. Whereas Mrs. Audrey Borkey Torrance was born on July 17, 1923, the daughter of Cecil and Clarence Borkey of Bowling Green, Virginia. And whereas after graduating from Lee Morey High School in 1940, she was immediately accepted a position in the Land Acquisition Office for properties in the soon-to-be Camp A.P. Hill as the United States was gearing up to enter World War II. And whereas during the war years, Audrey volunteered as a plane spotter. I don't know that we realized there were plane spotters in Caroline. Climbing the steps of the tower behind Billy Gray's store in Bowling Green in the late afternoons and evenings and using binoculars to record each plane that flew over. And whereas Audrey served with 4 other young ladies in the Donut Dollies for the much anticipated USO events during the war, she primarily at what is now the Bowling Green, at primarily what is now the Bowling Green Town Hall. She also served on the USO Steering Committee, which organized weekly dances, arranged for special events, and made accommodations for visiting families. And whereas when World War II ended, she began employment with the Virginia Department of Transportation, where she worked for over 40 years. In 1952, Audrey entered the Fredericksburg Miss Highway Department contest sponsored by the Employees Benefit Association and was named Miss Fredericksburg District and placed second overall among contestants from 14 counties. And whereas during her time with VDOT, she met Gordon Torrance on a blind date spent on a picnic with friends. She later married him and had one son who lives in Fredericksburg. Whereas Audrey loves to cook, is passionate about needlepoint work, and continues to stay in good physical condition by working out in her basement 3 days a week. Caroline is proud to have Mrs. Torrance as a longtime resident and to celebrate her longevity and rich life story. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby takes great pleasure in celebrating the 100th birthday of Mrs. Audrey Borky Torrance and wishes her many more happy returns. Adopted this 8th day of August 2023. Charles M. Cully, Clerk of the Board, Floyd Thomas, Chairman. Thank you. And Audrey is somebody that I've known a very long time. The whole crew of them used to eat in the barn across the street from me. They'd each bring a dish, and that's how they spent a lot of evenings. So Audrey did a lot of cooking for a lot of folks, and that is desperately missed. But thank you.
Thank you. And she is not here, but you will make sure that gets delivered.
I will make sure this gets delivered.
Well, thank you very much. And what is this the 5th or 6th one we've done in the last few months? So
I think it's the 5th.
yeah, we've been doing quite a few. So if you know someone, the county would be happy to do that. And on their birthday, we would like to proclaim whatever their birthday is as a day in their honor. So we would like to keep doing that. I think it's a great thing that we do for people who've been around a long time and have done a lot of things in Caroline. So we do appreciate that. All right, next we'll move to agenda item number 2, which is appointments, the Recreation Advisory Committee. And we have a couple that are still out. Mr. Forehand, I think one of those was yours, or was it Mr. Black?
It was mine. I'm not ready to, I didn't realize staff hadn't reached out to him, but
Okay.
I'm not ready to go either way.
So we still have Bowling Green that was willing to be reappointed. Are you ready with that?
Sure, I'll reappoint Whitney Watts.
Okay, is there a second? Motion made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mrs. Long to reappoint Ms. Whitney Watts. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously, and we have Ray Ann Bowden, who's an at-large member, willing to be reappointed, and that's it. Mr. Heiser's working for. Is there another motion to reappoint her?
So moved.
Thank you. Ms. Long, you seconded again. Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. That motion too carries unanimously. So that takes care of Recreation Advisory Committee. We still have one at-large position to take care of, and as Mr. Forehand said, the Madison District, and we need schools. So we still have a few of those to keep going. Rappahannock Area Community Services Board Director. Ms. Carter is serving in her last term. I think we were trying to find someone or ask someone. Did anybody come up with anyone?
I had someone who was considering it, but then it kind of dropped off, and so I'm texting him right now to see if he's would like to do it. So he's going to respond. I asked him a month ago, and he hasn't responded.
Is there anybody else have anybody else?
Not right now.
If he comes
Yeah,
back, we'll,
if he during the meeting, if he lets
if
me
he
know.
comes back, we'll
Yep.
go back to that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Community Policy and Management Team Parent Representative. Now, I had on the notes from the, staff meeting that Shamika Baker Latney was, gonna be appointed. Are we just appointing her, or did we tell her we were gonna appoint her? Or did she ask to be appointed?
She is well aware of it, yes, sir.
Okay. So, all right, so in that case, we will, take a motion to appoint Mrs. Shamika Baker Latney.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, motion again made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mrs. Long.
because he beat me to it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. And last appointment, we are missing someone from the Economic Development Authority, Bowling Green District, because Mr. Lewis has said he's moving out of state. Mr. Seeley, are you ready, or you
I
need
am
some more
not
time?
ready at this time. Should be at the next board meeting.
That would be great. All righty, we have consent agenda. We have items A through L. For the consent agenda, staff has prepared detailed notes on each item, so we shouldn't have many questions on consent unless you'd like to discuss something further, Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would just like to bring up and just talk about agenda item H, because I don't think many folks realize that the records that we're preserving, that there is a grant for from the clerk of the court, it's a preservation order for a book from 1770 to 1773, a book from 1787 to 1789, a book from 1787 to 1789, images of another book from 1785 to 1787. I think everybody's getting the gist. The rest of these, most of these are 1772 to 1776. For $61,000, which is a grant, we're actually going to be able to preserve records for people to be able to view them in the future. And I just think that's worth mentioning, because I don't think many folks realize how old some of the clerk of the court records really are, and that this preservation gives us the ability for other folks to view them in the future. So I just wanted to bring that up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. We appreciate that. And I'm just going to mention something on agenda item C. I got an email from a constituent, I believe in Reedy Church, he used to be in Mattapanai, discussing the possibility of asbestos being in the building. And I think we've rectified that, so there is no asbestos in the building at all. And that was the one concern he had, so we just wanted to make sure that the community knew that was the case. All right, so hearing no other questions, oh, I'm sorry, yes, sir.
C, E, and G.
C, E, and G.
Yeah, most are minor, but
All right, we'll start with C.
well, one of them was what you addressed. I didn't see the contract address that in any way. So, then the attachment, okay. Wasn't in the body, the main body of it.
No, it's an attachment that spoke to the responsibility of the contractor to determine
Okay.
all of that, and then we'd have to notify the state if there was any found, that type of thing. So that was in an attachment.
I just didn't want something to come around after as an add-on, so.
Yeah.
I didn't see it in the regular, I must not have saw
You
the
may not have
attachment.
seen that, but it's in a.
Okay, you say it's there. It's
Mr.
there.
Siebel responded to that constituent with the details,
Okay.
so I know I read that, but I don't remember
Perfect.
all of the details, but it was in an attachment.
Awesome. And Mr. Kelly? On E, I saw that there was a resolution from the school board earmarking the money that we discussed about a month ago.
Yes,
I just wanted to reiterate, everything worked out as planned.
yes.
Okay. And on G, I don't recall ever seeing that in the 8 years I've been on the board. Is that just because the policy limits went to over 75,000, or Has it been here? I just don't
I think
recall
it's
it.
been here before. It's been, you've been here
Okay.
before. It didn't go, it's a high, but it's been high for you.
Okay. I just don't see like our work comp insurance. I don't see that come on the consent agenda, and I know
That's
that's
a different product.
understood, but I'm just wondering why
I
that
think it's
specific.
less. Alan might have to answer that one. That one's less, I'm pretty sure. And,
Okay. All right.
and
That's
that's
all I
with,
got.
and that's with Baycor versus is with a different private carrier for fire and rescue.
But it would still an expenditure over 75,000.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you
She
said.
said it's almost 75.
Okay. We would see it next year. Okay. All right. I was just
And-
surprised to see it. I don't recall seeing it in the past, and kind of
This
wondered
one
if there
has
was.
been, I know.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
No other questions on the consent agenda? Motion to accept or approve the consent agenda as presented would be in order.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Underwood, seconded by Mr. Forehand. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. The sheriff left, didn't he? All right, I was gonna try to cover a couple of other items before we took our break.
So why don't we do the,
Closed meeting?
Yeah, I think we should.
We're all ready for closed meeting?
Aye.
Ready for the closed meeting?
Mm-hmm.
We can't,
Okay.
we got till 7:30, right? So we
It shouldn't be that long.
Yeah.
All right, the board has a fairly long closed meeting session planned. And we will, Sheriff, would you like to make your presentation for the new positions right now? You said it was gonna be really short. And it's $140,000?
Right, you want to approve it?
This is actually, we're jumping ahead to agenda item number 8 before we take our break, so.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come up here and speak about some additional positions and promotions that I'm trying to do within the department. In the memo, I've explained what we're trying to accomplish. Right now, we have 55 full-time officers, and I'd like to increase that amount to 57. We now are full staff. As you noticed in the budget last year, we didn't ask for any additional deputies because several board members says, why are you asking for deputies when you can't even fill the ones you got? Which make total sense to me. But in years past, we've always asked for 2 investigators and 2 deputies. But I want to take small steps, and that's why I'm going to ask for 2 deputies. I don't know that I can fill those 2 deputies positions, but I'm going to try. Currently, right now, I don't know of any other department that's full staff. And there's some reasons why we are full staff. And that's because of you guys and what you've done. Your commitment to public safety has made a tremendous difference for the Carolina Sheriff's Office. I've written down some things that y'all have done, like the public safety pay plan. That has made us competitive with other surrounding jurisdictions. The 1.85 multiplier, the body cameras. One of the deputies came up today to Mr. Thomas and thanked him for the body cameras because they really wanted those, and they're excited about having those body cameras. So, but the most important thing that happened, which I didn't foresee happening, was when we had the county picnic and we invited all the board members. Mr. Forehand, Mr. Seeley, and Mr. Thomas came to the county picnic and mingled with the deputies. That was the single most important impact for morale for my department that we ever had. And I didn't see that coming, but for you guys to come out and spend the time with them in a picnic made all the difference in the world. And when and Mrs. Long, she was out of town, Mr. Underwood was out of town, Mr. Black was out of town, and I told them that you would have been there if you wouldn't have been out of town. But I had no idea it was going to make the impact that it did. So I say that, not only is this a great place to work for the citizens of Caroline, as I say that is because those guys that work the road, and they know other deputies and other agencies. I've been pulling from Spotsylvania. I've been pulling from Hanover. You know, we've never done that in the past. But really, the most compelling element to that is the deputies themselves. They're talking to guys that they graduated with at different academies and saying, hey, you need to come to Caroline. So I can advertise, put stuff on billboards like Loftus does. I said, but ultimately, your people are your best recruits. And we're getting that now because of what you have done in your commitment to public safety. So I wanted to mention that because I think that's important to realize how we got where we are. Because like I said, I don't know of any other agency in the region that's even full staff or even close to being full staff. I went to see Hanover and they were 25 people down. So it's really a thanks to what you guys have done, the teamwork that we've done. These two positions that I'm asking for, you know, Jeff Seeley, he's always good with the numbers as well as Mr. Thomas, but always look at associated costs. You know, I'm asking for just the salaries. Well, fortunately for us, Alan must have a crystal ball because he asked me to ask for 2 vehicles and a grant that I got. So there you go. There's 2 vehicles right there that we weren't scheduled to get. We got them on a grant, $140,000. Those vehicles we'll take and we'll put them in place, and that'll accommodate those deputies. 2 portable radios that we put in the grant. Well, we would have needed $11,000 worth of portable radios, but because we're getting them in the grant, I won't need those as well. So I don't know how Alan figured all that out, but he was actually wise enough to tell me to put that in the grant. But, you know, the body cameras, we do have some extra body cameras that we can put on those officers so that that won't be an additional cost to the county. So that's why I'm just asking for the salary. There may be some small associated costs, but the big items have been already taken care of based on what Alan gave, you know, his recommendations. You know, Caroline County is growing and law enforcement is totally different than when I started. It's a whole different ball game and it's different technology you have to use. And one of the reasons I'm asking for that position of a captain in investigations is Keith Chapman is a 29-year veteran, and he's a lieutenant in investigations. But right now, with the captain I have that oversees investigations, which is Captain Lambert, she does a great job, but her job is all over the place. She does dispatch, she does evidence, she does logistics, all the equipment and supplies, and all the training. Your most liable position in the sheriff's office is general investigations. They had to handle all the murders, the rapes, robberies, search warrants, and those come with a lot of liability because you're dealing with a lot of constitutional rights. So I need somebody to lead that group and somebody to be responsible so that we stay in good position. And this guy is able to supervise. Keith is a great supervisor, and he'll do that as well. That's only about $26,000 of this request to make that position. Because I'm on a public safety plan, as a sheriff, I don't have the authority just to create a captain. That has to come from you guys. So I'm asking permission from you guys to put that on the chart for my office. I can't just do it. Tamika will get you. She's really strict about this kind of stuff. So she's very good at what she does. So I can't get nothing by her. I've tried, and it just doesn't work. So I hope y'all will consider this request, and I hope that y'all are willing to support us. We haven't had any additional positions at the sheriff's office since 2009, except for the SROs. One animal control deputy, but I'm talking for patrol. We haven't had any since 2009.
Road deputies.
Yeah,
Now,
road deputies. And
Sheriff, if I could ask one question. If you hire someone today, how long does it take for them to go through all the training before they're actually a certified road deputy?
Modestly, it's about a year. You know, it's about a year to fully train a deputy. You know, I may lose somebody tomorrow, but with those 2 positions, I can keep the staff that I currently have. The call volume's gone up to 16 more calls a day this year than it was the year before. So the calls are there, the demand's there, the population's increasing. So it's going to take me a year to train these 2 people, unless I'm fortunate enough to draw somebody from another jurisdiction that's already certified. But
Okay.
these positions and these monies that you're looking at, I wouldn't hire until October. I think the money's in there where it takes me a certain process that I got to go through background investigation, polygraphs, all the typical stuff you have to do. So these monies wouldn't come in effect for the new 2 deputy positions until October. So I'm hoping that I can move forward with that. Any other questions? I'm sorry.
Let's see if the board has questions. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Forehand?
Ms. Blue,
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
No, go ahead.
I'm kind of on the spot myself.
no.
Why now and not 3 months ago?
Well, the reason is because when I talked to several board members, they said, why do you keep asking for deputies positions when you can't even fill the ones you got? And I totally agree with that. We were 14 deputies down at one time, 14. That's huge. I mean, it was a great impact on call response and everything else. So I didn't put it in the budget this year. I understand that reasoning. Hey, if you can't fill them, why are you going to give you more positions that you're still not going to fill?
Sure.
So I didn't put them in the budget this year.
That's just where I went.
No, I totally agree.
Our budget just started 30 days ago.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow.
And I just started this position 8 months ago, and I didn't have any idea that I would fill those 6 positions that were vacant when I took on as sheriff in 8 months.
Fair enough.
Yep.
And the other real, big point is if you hire somebody today, it's a year before we get them on the road certified. And if somebody quits and you can't find somebody from another locality,
Right.
we'll be down for a year. So
Right.
to me, it's one of the departments or positions, one of a few that we need to overhire for. So.
Yeah, that is a very good way to put it. Kind of overhire. Right now, we can maintain with what we have. But right now, I have 5 people in the academy. I mean, so I'm still a little bit short, but those people in the academy, 4 of them are coming out at the end of August. And that's going to really backfill a lot of things. So we're experiencing a little bit of shortage right now.
Yeah, we're short now.
But it won't be long. It's like less than 30 days before they'll be out of the academy and hitting the road.
Are our animal control officers also state certified?
Yes, sir. They go through the exact same academy that the law enforcement does.
And other jurisdictions have them not be state certified to save costs. Is that correct?
I'm not sure on that.
I don't think they can do that.
I don't normally. I mean, animal control could be
animal
run
control,
out of public utilities.
Yeah.
If we
I thought every animal control officer has to go through the law enforcement basic, and then they also have to take additional school for animal control officer.
You can, but you can run them the way you're talking about. But it is much better having come from 18 years of running it from the county administrator's office.
Okay.
That it's because there's a respect level when you send Leon out to enforce animal control laws with no gun and no badge. It's
no arrest authority.
Yeah, it's a whole lot harder to get compliance versus a deputy. Plus, the deputies back each other up, and he can have other road deputies backing up these folks. It's trust me, it's the most large jurisdiction. I mean, our size and all.
Had to ask the question, but I like the answer.
I don't want that back.
No, you're right. You're right.
All right.
Even when they were with the county, they had to go through the law enforcement basic.
Okay.
Does the board need to discuss this more? Or we know we're going to have to pull this money from the unencumbered balance, but
Can we pull
should be-
this? One question. Can we pull this? Do we know what the unencumbered balance from the sheriff's office is currently, since we're in?
It's gonna go in general fund anyway.
Yeah,
Well, I
it would
agree.
roll in the general fund and
Fund
no,
it,
because
so
normally it's
doesn't matter.
September before we really get our hands wrapped around all of that.
Okay.
So I can't answer that definitively today. We were working on that,
But
but we support it.
there's $20
from the
million
fund
in the unencumbered balance.
Yeah.
I think we can afford 100.
I think
We can just
Is there a
hire
motion? Mr. Underwood.
Mr. Chairman, I make the
Thank you,
motion
Sheriff.
that we approve the.
Second.
Sheriff, as you can see, the board is totally in support of public safety.
I love
So,
I knew it.
the motion's made by Mr. Underwood, seconded by Mr. Black, and the rest of the board. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. That motion, of course, carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
if I
sir.
could add one last thing. I got an email from the sheriff in King George, and they recently just adopted the insurance for an employee that retires, that to pay the cost of an employee when they retire. And I would like to have your permission, the board's permission, just to run the numbers through county admin.
Sure, that's the
You
thing
know,
we tried to do a while
we
back.
talked about it before. I let it lie, but then when King George sent me an email from Sheriff Giles, he said, "Hey, we just got this," and so I'm hoping that maybe we can look at it and see if that's a countywide benefit for all the employees that we can look at. If it's okay,
We can look at it.
Absolutely.
Sure.
it's okay for me to do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
sir. All right, thank you, Mr. Nutter. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, we're now going to go into our closed meeting. We should be back close to 7:30. I actually predict it'll be a little after 7:30. Mr. Seeley, you have a motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the real estate consultation with legal counsel and contract exemptions of section 2.2-3711 A3, A8, and A29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding the potential acquisition of real estate by the county for use in utility expansion project in the Port Royal area, whereas discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the county's bargaining position or negotiating strategy, and the personnel exemption of section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to conduct the annual performance review of the county administrator.
Second to the motion? Mr. Underwood, motion made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mr. Underwood. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. We will be back close to 7:30, probably a little after. The August 8th meeting, we will first need to come out of closed meeting. Mr. Seeley?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify to the best of each board member's knowledge only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters which were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Is there a second to Mr. Seeley's motion? Seconded by Mr. Underwood. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. For the board's information and the public, we did not complete all of the business in the closed meeting, so we will have to go back in at a later time.
Do you want to certify?
Now, at this point, we will certify. Mr. Forehand, do you certify that only those things we went into the closed meeting were discussed?
I so certify.
Mr. Black?
I so certify.
Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Mrs. Long?
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood?
I so certify.
And I as well certify. We have finished with the closed meeting portion. We've now entered the public comment section of the agenda. Public comments are not the public hearing. So if you would like to speak to the board on any matter that is not a public hearing, excuse me, I was trying to sneeze. If you're not speaking on the public hearings, now is your opportunity to address the board. So is there anyone who would like to speak to the board on any matter that is not a public hearing? Please address the board from the podium below. And please state your name and your voting district, not your address.
Ooh, I don't know my voting district. It's 5338 Lady Smith Road, wherever that falls into. My name is James. Sorry.
That was not your address.
Well, that is I don't know what voting district that is.
Okay, did you vote at the high school or did you vote at?
I'm a business member of the community, not a resident.
Oh, okay,
So,
you just need to say you're not a resident.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is James Robertson. I'm the founder of 516 Project, a faith-based 501c3 nonprofit established in February of 2016. Through 516 Project, we are building access to hope through home repair and food ministry. Our home repair program provides essential home repair services to families in need with a particular focus on repairs that provide handicap access, safety, and weatherproofing. Our aim is to ensure that every family has a safe and comfortable home environment. Serving alongside social services, fire rescue, the sheriff's department, and other agencies, we are able to provide wheelchair ramps and home repair to those residents who just can't afford a contractor and are unable to do the work themselves. I was happy to hear earlier Healthy Generations mentioned, as we also have partnered with them on numerous occasions. Our food ministry is feeding the most impoverished in our communities with a specific focus on children that are food insecure within our community. Many of these children go hungry when schools are not in session, and our food ministry helps to fill that gap by providing nourishing meals. We are firmly committed to serving the people in our local community through our home repair and feeding teams. Looking to the future, our vision is to expand our impact across the region by serving an increased number of people in and around Caroline County. In 2022 alone, our team served over 500 people, and with the support of dedicated volunteers, generous donors, and donated materials, we anticipate serving nearly 1,000 each year over the next 5 years. In light of our significant contribution to the community, we respectfully request that 516 Project be granted exemption from Caroline County taxes. This exemption would greatly assist us in allocating our resources more effectively and enable us to serve more people. We've heard concerns from the the Assistant County Administrator, Mr. Parton, and from members of this board that this would set a precedent for tax exemptions for other organizations throughout the county. And based on this, we want to make sure that 516 Project is a benefit to the county, not a drain on the county. So in doing so, through our work, we are able to benefit Caroline County by providing approximately, I lost my place, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. So this differentiates what 516 Project can do versus other agencies by eliminating the need for a financial commitment from the county other than the tax exemption. This tax exemption could easily turn into a 10 times benefit to the county in providing over $150,000 per year of work toward property values, helping citizens safely live in their homes longer, and showing the voters of Caroline County that the Board of Supervisors is working to benefit and serve everyone in the county. In conclusion, we want to express our sincere gratitude for your consideration, and we were very honored to be here in Caroline County, and we look forward to working with the county to be able to serve more residents in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am a resident of Caroline County for several years, currently in the Reedy Church District. Speaking on behalf of the 516 project myself, basically not going to take up a whole lot of time, but just just ask that you do review the nonprofit, the recognized as 501c3 for the project and the impact it could have on the community and around Caroline County.
Before you go, can you just state your name?
Nathan Carty.
Thank you. Carty?
C-A-R-T-Y. Yes.
Carty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Rachel Carty. You just heard from my husband. We're in Reedy Church District. I am also obviously a member of the county. I work for the sheriff's office. I'm a school resource officer at Lewis and Clark. My husband and I have lived in the county for 20 years. We've known James Robertson for over 20 years. So we've known of the 516 project even when it was just a dream that he was having. We have been fortunate. My husband is a project leader with 516 project, and we have not only myself, but our children have helped. We have made lifelong friends in doing volunteer work with 516 project, and not only just the impact of Caroline County residents that are in need of assistance, but it expands all over, and we've done jobs all the way up to Stafford, all the way down to Richmond. Not only is it an excellent volunteer opportunity for anybody that's interested, it doesn't matter where you're coming from, but you're absolutely welcome to come help at any time, no matter what your level of ability is, or if I didn't know much about, house repairs and things, but I've learned quite a bit. But then also just the helping and the being with our community. It's really just a wonderful ministry. And I really hope that you guys consider this so that the home base can stay in Caroline County and we can afford to help not only our county that we love so much, but the ones surrounding us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Evening, Mr. Chairman,
Evening.
members of the board. My name is Kevin Rickens. I reside in the Western Caroline District of Caroline County. Just want to take a quick second. Mr. Robertson covered everything that I was going to cover in my remarks as far as 516 project. I've been familiar with this agency or this organization for approximately 7 years, and what they're doing is truly life-saving for these folks that are underprivileged and underserved in the communities in which they live. As some of you guys may or may not know, I am the captain of the Ladysmith Volunteer Rescue Squad. I'm not here representing them today, but I do visit a lot of folks within Caroline County, and I see some of the conditions that some of these folks are living in. This organization is an organization that we need here in Caroline, helping us and the community here in Caroline County with the conditions that some of these folks are living in and some of the help that they need. And I've had my own personal opportunity to assist with 516. Two of my closest friends took the ministry and moved it to Panama City, Florida, and they run the 516 ministry project in Panama City, Florida. And I assisted last year on vacation with them to help somebody install water and sewer in a FEMA trailer that they were living in after Hurricane Michael decimated their home. And just the hope that this organization gave that one family was just awe-inspiring to me. And if you guys assist Mr. Robertson with his taxes exemption, it'll allow him to do so much more within our community here. So I would ask that you please take that into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Carrie Izzati. I'm a resident of Woodford, Virginia, and so that's the Port Royal Voting District. And I also came to speak in support of a tax exempt status for the incredible 516 Project organization who recently moved their home base to Caroline County. This volunteer organization has impacted and improved the lives of so many residents in our area who desperately needed a helping hand. And a few years ago, I remember hearing about them, and I was so impressed by everything I heard they were doing because I really hadn't heard of anyone doing this. They were replacing leaky roofs, building wheelchair ramps, remodeling bathrooms to be handicap accessible for families who would never have been able to afford these necessary and life-changing modifications otherwise. They provide disaster relief, as you just heard, for families who've had their lives and their homes torn apart by weather events and floods. Completely donor supported, and I never even had to be approached to donate to them. I sought them out because I wanted to be a part of such an incredible organization who is meeting the needs of residents like no one else is. A few years ago, when a violent windstorm ripped through my farm, my family watched our barn be lifted into the air, demolished, and we lost 17 trees, as well as that barn. And my land was a disaster scene. We didn't know where to start. We just walked through not knowing what to do, where to begin to clean up. And James reached out to me and said he was willing to help. In one day, they had the pieces of my barn cleared up, the tree debris taken care of with no expectation of payment. They were just there to serve. They were there to help people facing a disaster with no idea where to begin. We're truly fortunate to have 516 here in Caroline County, and what we need more of right now are the difference makers like 516, the community builders like 516, the people who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty for a neighbor in need. We should be doing everything in our power to lessen a tax burden on an incredible organization like this. The residents of Caroline are better off having 516 in town. I am thankful for them, and I want to make it easy for them to stay here. Thank you.
Mrs. Zadi, before you leave, is it I-Z-A-T-T-I?
It's I-Z-A-D-I.
I-Z-A-D-I.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comments?
My name is Tiffany Dix. It's spelled D-I-X. I'm a resident of Bowling Green and a taxpayer of Caroline County. I'm also an active real estate agent serving our area and the surrounding areas. As a realtor, I wanted to speak about the impact that 516 Project has on our community. Not only does James and the 516 Project help keep people in their homes by providing services like you've heard, the roof repair, bathroom renovations, wheelchair ramps, etc. They also have other services for people such as landscaping cleanup, tree debris removal, and other similar disaster response projects, as you have also heard. All of these projects and renovations are positively affecting our community and the housing market here in Caroline County, as well as increasing property values for our neighbors. My family has been fortunate enough to be able to be monthly supporters of the 516 Project, and we've been honored to know James for many, many years. James is a man of integrity, honesty, and he has been a good and faithful steward of the resources provided to him by his financial supporters. I would like to continue knowing that all the financial support to this mission is being utilized to help people in our community and the surrounding communities who are in need of the services that they provide. Please accept his request for his organization to be exempt from real estate and personal property taxes here in Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on any matter regarding public comment? That's not a public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Corey Garrett. I'm from the Port Royal District, and I would like to just speak briefly about item 9 on your agenda tonight. and the greater Caroline County Rappahannock water intake. I was here, you might remember I spoke on an issue that y'all were voting on not too long ago in continuing to pursue this project. And it was evident to me in the questions or points I brought up that there was potentially a lack of clarity in y'all's minds on what was happening and where things stood. I made a brief point about it wasn't necessary, the money that you were spending to continue this project, being that you didn't have a permit in hand yet, which you still don't. And so you're looking again tonight at spending more money, more taxpayer money, to pursue this project when you have been told by Public Works time and time again that the permit is very close to in hand, and yet you don't have it. So there's some grave environmental concerns that different ones have, and DEQ is supposed to look out for that. I think it would be prudent for y'all to consider why you don't have the permit in hand yet before you spend any more taxpayer dollars pursuing this project. Specifically to point 9, it appears to me anyway that you're moving forward, pursuing a second step in this process, and then having public hearings or public comment periods after you have taken the steps and spent taxpayer dollars, which seems to be exactly backwards of the way it should happen. And I haven't spoken with anybody personally in my district who's in support of this, but yet the board unanimously has voted for this project. And that's a concern to me, and I think it should be a concern to every citizen of Caroline County. Again, to the environmental concerns, one thing that strikes me as ironic is y'all have, especially certain ones of you, have been greatly opposed to solar panel projects because of the watershed increase into rivers on the southern part of Caroline County, where this project is taking water from the northern part of the county and putting it directly into those rivers that you said you're so concerned about. So again, I just ask that you take a step back and think before you make another step in spending taxpayer dollars that may not be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comment?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable board members.
Good evening, sir.
I come here and wanted to make you all aware of now. I wanted to keep.
Before you get started, it's probably not necessary, but just for the record, if you could state your name.
Okay, sorry. A. Lippa Jr., and I go by Tony Lippa. And I am in the Reedy District, Reedy Church District now, as I left Mr. Seeley when we sold our house. But I've lived in all of them. But what brings me here tonight is I wanted to make sure that we keep a program going. So I started the retired Sheriff Tony Lippa annual golf outing that will benefit all of our kids. I know 2 of you up here play golf routinely, trying to get the rest of you. And if the board wishes to send some monies to this organization, or I should say to the Cops for Kids program, that would be great. So I wanted to keep it going. As most of you know, I've been here since 1979, and I want to give back to our community. So by starting this nonprofit organization, it will benefit the kids of Caroline. This year, it's again going to go to the Cops for Kids, as Sheriff Moser is not having an annual tournament. I decided to keep it going, and therefore wanted to make you aware and everyone else that could be tuned into it. I just recently put it on Facebook, and I've left some flyers in the back. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lippa.
We'll see you on the links.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment section?
Good evening, Board.
Good evening, Ms. Lambert.
My name's Karen Lambert, living in Reedy Church District. I guess I hate talking up here because my mind just goes blank, but I'm just a little disappointed. I don't understand because I feel like we're not being kept informed in any way of what's happening that directly affects us where we are. I noticed that there was a concert that is scheduled in October, and the permit only goes through September 30th, so I don't know how much, I don't understand how that occurred. We reached out and nothing really came back to explain that. Also, what you all alluded to, the getting the information out to the county, I totally agree that's something that needs to happen because we check the agenda to see if there's things that were going to affect us, but it is not on the county website until very close to the time. This agenda wasn't posted until, I think last Friday, Thursday or Friday, which gives very little time to prepare or ask questions. I noticed there was something that may or may not affect me, but it was so non-informational other than a change to a definition, which I know it's going to be on a thing, but I have no idea what it is. So I don't even know how to, during the public hearing for it, since it has to be addressed, we have to address it before you have the hearing. I don't know what it is. So I just really wish that you all work for all of us. And even though you may not like some of us or are tired of hearing from the same group of us, it is still the job of our supervisor to inform us when he knows that it is something that we would want to know. I really think that that effort should be put forth to let us know. So that's kind of it, because I don't know, I have no idea what it is, but I have a feeling it is going to affect us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment section? Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment section? Last call. Anyone like to speak as part of the public comment section? Would declare public comments to be closed. Now we'll move into the public hearings. We have 4 slated today, 2 text amendments and a rezoning and a special exception. Mr. Hughes, text amendment 12, agenda item number 4, an ordinance for ticket events for special event facilities.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and just for clarification, I don't have my agenda in front of me. We're doing the definition first.
I would have preferred to do them all at once, but I see Mr. McKenzie there, so we're doing the definition first.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, as you say, this is a text amendment to amend the definition of special events facilities in Caroline County. The ordinance as it currently stands defines a special event as a facility where private weddings or parties and other similar events occur that shall not be open to the public. And just so for the public's information, wedding venues are defined under this definition, and that's how they are permitted by a special exception. So there was some language that the board had requested to be added, and the additional language is that a permitted special event facility may host up to 4 ticketed/public events 4 times a year with approval of the Board of Supervisors. So that is the change in the definition.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
4 ticketed public events up to 4 times per year. Is that 16 or is that 4?
4.
Up to 4 times a year?
I think there may be some.
Does it address multi-day events?
Wasn't sure.
No. So this ordinance or this definition is what you all approve wedding venues under. So when
Right.
someone comes and applies for a wedding venue, this is the definition that they are applying under. And
they-
so there was a request by the board when I guess a couple of wedding venues came forward and asked that they be allowed to do ticketed events or hold public events. And so the board asked that the definition be amended so that those venues had an opportunity to do that. And so this change in definition would allow them to do that. Under the prior definition, there was no.
They couldn't do ticketed
they could not
events.
do ticketed events.
I think the conversation was like if they wanted to bring in, there was a local act coming through and they wanted to sell 100 tickets in their
And for fundraisers.
barn facility.
Right.
That they had the freedom to do that. I can see, what you were saying. Is this four ticketed events 4 times per year? Is that 16?
I think we've just got too many words in there.
Yeah.
And the other question, maybe it's part of the process in the next one, but are we going to see every application for these as a board?
So I think that will be addressed in the next ordinance text amendment where it sets the standards for those events. And I've asked for some guidance on that.
I'll save that question for that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hughes, could I just suggest that as we get started, that we have the proposed definition say 4 ticketed / public events a year or per year?
Sure.
Then that takes out the 4 times 4 thought.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Hughes before we open the public hearing? Mrs. Long has one. Ladies first.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, on I understand the ticketed events. Are they still, and maybe that's in the next section, are they still going to be controlled in their in their event permit as far as number and time and sound? All those same conditions will still go with this. It's just that this is one that they can do tickets with as opposed to renting out the whole facility for a private event.
Yeah. So Ms. Long, like I said to Mr. Forehand, I think the next text amendment will speak to the standards that are being proposed in addition to this definition change.
Okay.
So this text amendment is just for the definition.
Just for the definition, and we're going to take out one of the 4s.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And you're basically saying we're just defining what special events can do with ticketed events.
That is correct.
That's all we're doing.
Right.
Any other questions? Mr. Black?
Yeah, you said we were going to address in the next section here, but my only question is, and I guess it deals with the next section. I really don't want every application coming in front of me. Yeah. Is the State Fair of Virginia going to have every time they have a ticket event come in front of me? I think that's over redundancy. So if we're going to do that, I think it would be staff, or in that text amendment should staff or board of supervisors, something to that effect.
So just for clarification, this definition and the next text amendment would not apply to the state fair.
Okay.
This is for those applicants who are asking for wedding venues.
Okay.
So we have
still, yes, but we've got there's been 5 popped up, and yes.
Sir. And so, like I said, the next text amendment we can address those issues regarding the number of events, because I've asked specifically for guidance in that text amendment related to the applicant having to come to the board to seek permission at the beginning of their SUP process.
But that's not a problem when it says just approval from the board of supervisors, because this says approval from the board of supervisors, does not say staff.
Correct. So these go through the special exception process, which do receive approval from you all. So the only thing when someone applies for a wedding venue under this definition, they will make application for SE. It will go through the process just like it does now, and the board will make approval.
So now we need more words.
Yeah.
It'll just say, with the approval from the Board of Supervisors at their original inception, or however you want to wordsmith that.
That's in the next.
Okay.
That's in the next item.
And we just might have to revisit the definition. after, I don't know,
This is only definition.
right. I'm just saying that if we decide that it's not, if we want to be technical and that it's not by the official Board of Supervisors, but via a policy established by the Board of Supervisors, it's still by the Board of Supervisors.
The policy, but he's saying this is just the definition of the event. Then when you get into the standards, which he's going to come back to, so
I think in the definition, we don't need Board of Supervisors, period.
Correct. Can I just add, this is the definition that
Right.
you would apply for a special
Right.
exception under,
That's
not the ticketed event. So he's just amending that one thing. The next thing he's got coming up will then speak to how that all works, the ticketed events.
exactly. This is just to say, when I apply for a wedding venue, I have the option of doing 4 ticketed events per year.
per year.
Now, it's going to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. Well, it should be, if it's approved by the Board of Supervisors, that's the definition they work under.
Correct.
So again, we're back to less words. So we're taking Board of Supervisors out because that's the inherent approval.
I guess, would there ever be a special events facility where we say, no, they can't have ticketed events?
That you could, this is the definition. When they come for a rezoning or special exception, at that point in time, we could say, yes, we think, or no, we think this is not a ticketed event facility. I'm going to do one in my backyard. You don't want me to have 500 people in my backyard.
No, but I guess is what I'm saying. If you're going to give them that definition, then you're already saying by special that they would be eligible for that.
Yeah, then that goes back. That's why he's got with approval of the Board of Supervisors in there.
Yeah.
So
with the assumption that there would be some facilities that we don't feel would be appropriate to have a ticketed event.
we're going to see if anybody wants to talk about this. And then we're going to come back to you, Mr. Hughes. How does that sound?
Sure.
And that'll give you an opportunity to make sure it's more or less words and there is clarity. So thank you very much. No more questions for Mr. Hughes. Don't go far.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I don't see how we can improve this until we do the second section. Can't we vote on them both? Can we go through them both and then come back to?
I would love to do that, but Mr. McKenzie is going to normally frown upon that kind of thing.
Okay.
Did that public hearing address?
I could do one public hearing for both, but I can't do both issues at the same time.
You need to vote on them. Although I mean, I would think at this point you've already heard this one.
Yeah,
so you could just
we're just gonna
public
go ahead.
hearing it.
See, like the sheriff said, he tried to get stuff by the finance director. I've tried to get stuff by the county attorney. So we're going to go ahead and declare the public hearing to be open for text amendment 1223, which is the definition of special event facilities that can have ticketed events. Public hearings declared open. Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? Anyone who would like to speak? Hearing none, the public hearing is declared closed. Mr. Hughes, would you come back now, please? Board members, understanding that this is merely the definition of ticketed wedding venues, is there language we would like to change, restructure in the actual definition? I've already sent in my request, which was to remove the 4 times a year.
Mr. Thomas.
Special event facilities. Thank you. Mr. Seeley?
I think we have to leave with the approval of the Board of Supervisors so that if somebody applies for a wedding venue, they know they have to get approval from us to move forward. Because if you take that out of this definition, theoretically, they would say, I don't need approval because I'm just doing ticketed events. So I would technically leave this in, and I'll default to our attorney to tell us whether that is applicable, because I think this is more of a legal issue than it is a grammar issue.
Well, I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I think so. This is just the definition. I mean, I certainly appreciate the drive to be clear with the definition. I think, in fact, that's what's motivating this, is that the current definition needs to be cleared up. And so that's what's going on here. But just because the definition exists doesn't mean this is one of the multitude of uses that can exist in Caroline County. So we're clarifying the definition, but then in each district, it's going to say whether you can have a special events facility with a special exception permit. I don't think they're by right anywhere, but the use is controlled by the district regulations. So if anyone says, I want to operate a wedding venue, they're going to look at this definition and say, okay, I fall within that, and then look at the district regulations for wherever they live, RP, and say, okay, it's permitted by special exception permit, so I need to come make an application to the board, at which point the supplemental regulations that are coming up next will come into effect about how many ticket events they can have. So I think, the definition is functional as is, but if you feel that it lacks clarity, certainly continue to revise it.
Well, the clarity was the four ticketed public events a year. That was striking. Ms. Long?
On text 03-2023, number 5. So in bold writing, you have.
You skipped ahead.
I did. I thought we were moving ahead.
No, we're still on this one.
Oh, all right. I skipped ahead. I'm sorry. I don't see how we could define it.
We're just doing the definition, and then we'll do the process of how they happen.
If you want, you can defer a vote on this and take up the next one, and then
I think we're good.
Bring it back for a vote.
I think we're good. We're just defining the definition.
And I think the Board of Supervisors approval is.
We're going to leave that in.
Yes.
We're going to leave that in. Any other questions? Motion
I
to
make a motion,
dispose?
we approve public, special exception event facility, Article 2, as modified.
Text Amendment 12-2023. Is there a second to Mr. Seeley's motion to approve the text amendment as modified? Mr. Forehand makes the second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously with the correction or with the change. Mr. Hughes, text amendment 03-2023, special event facility standards.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, as you said, this is a text amendment to create standards for the special events. The board had asked that standards be created for special events facilities. Staff should note that these standards are in line with the conditions that are traditionally approved with special events facility in the past. Staff, we are seeking input on condition 5, which Ms. Long noted, because that condition, as it is written, would require that an applicant clarify or certify through their initial special exception process that when those 4 events would occur. So we're looking for some clarification there. And as I stated in the memo, we have a festival events, and I'll call it festival events ordinance under process now that will address ticketed events and places like the State Fair where someone would come along, and if they wanted to do some type of special event, then they could come to the county and apply for either a single event permit or which could be approved by the county administrator, or a multi-day event, which could be approved by the Board of Supervisors. So once that would occur, the person who had a wedding venue and wanted to have a ticketed event could then come and apply for a festival permit for either a single day or a multi-day. And if it was a single day event, like I said, they would be approved by the county administrator. If it was a multi-day event, it would be approved by the board. So it would essentially render condition number 5 or standard number 5 as proposed moot, because they wouldn't have to declare initially when they were going to have those 4 events. Now, the issue with having to declare is it prevents someone from having the flexibility. If I show up on your property and you have a piece of property and I want to hold an event and I want to do it in 90 days, but you got your special exception in the past and you hadn't declared that, this language would prevent that. So removal of this language would allow someone to approach the county and say, hey, I have an event that I'm seeking a permit for, apply for that permit and have it either approved or rejected.
And Mr. Chair.
Questions, Mr. Forehand?
I like we already have a process for the festival permits. I like that crossover. I don't think these need to come to the board once they've already got the approval for the special events facility. I think having them designated at the when they get that is unreasonable. Again, I agree completely. I think of this as if a Ruetan wanted to have a steak festival at a wedding venue that we currently have. We have some very nice ones as a fundraiser. That is a ticketed event. That would be one of these, and it might be scheduled 60 days out. Or a fundraiser for someone who's gotten cancer, or, I mean, the list goes on, and, you know, whatever process we have needs to be fairly swift. I think we're fine in that category. On the festival side, the special exception process is not fast, and I don't think would accommodate the flexibility that this would require. So I support, you know, switching over, or at least going the festival permit route for these types of facilities, because that process already exists. So,
Any other questions for Mr. Hughes before we open the public hearing?
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I do need to make a couple more points related to this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The first being that once the board adopts this ordinance becomes effective immediately. And so right now, there are 2 permits that are in the process. One is scheduled for the Planning Commission this month, and the other one was just filed and will be scheduled for a Planning Commission hearing in the future. If you adopt these standards, standard number 1 is that the minimum lot size should be 10 acres. And so those 2 permits are not 10 acres. So absent of the board providing some allowance for those applications that are already in the process, if the board chooses to adopt this tonight, those applications immediately are not eligible to apply. So I just want to make that known that there are 2 applicants who are in the process. One is already scheduled for public hearing, and one will be coming up for a public hearing in the near future.
and I could see an events facility if we had something on the main street in Bowling Green. There's no chance it's 10 acres.
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know.
Just outside Bowling Green, because
Or
the
just
town's
outside
different.
Bowling Green, or in 5 years when there's a commercial strip, you know, that's created somewhere in Ladysmith, for example, or Carmel Church, and it might be 0.6 acres, but it's perfectly, you know, it's an event facility. And would a bouncy facility or a kids playroom, is that considered a special events facility where they'd have parties and things like that? Or is that considered just a business application?
I think that would just be a business application. As the definition, like I said, these have been, the special events under that definition facility would be a wedding venue. So that was what they be initially would come under that definition as a wedding venue.
If we have a hotel that decided to have a large event room that wanted to come, would that be considered a special events facility?
No, so that's the subsequent ordinance that you guys have asked for to create the permitting process for those types of events.
Okay.
So something like that, you know, I want to have the baseball card convention at my property, and I'm going to have ticketed to that. Then I would come and seek permission through the new festival ordinance.
Sure.
And that would be a 1-day event. I would come make application to the staff. That single-day event would get approved by the county administrator. If it was going to be a multi-day event, the way the ordinance is crafted right now, then it would come to the board for approval. Okay. So those are, just remember, those are 2 separate items. I think it's kind of easy to blur the lines, but they're 2 distinctive processes and permits.
We have, seems like a couple of issues in one particular application is bleeding into the other, and I understand why we want to do definitions. Normally, these special event facilities are in rural preservation areas, right? Where the 10-acre minimum is usually easily handled for the most part. Where are the 2 that you have that are in the process?
So they're both in the RP district. Their parcel sizes are just not 10 acres.
But they didn't get a permit yet because
They're going through the process.
they're just in the process.
Correct.
Didn't they know that we had a minimum lot size before, or we didn't have a minimum lot size before?
We did not have a minimum lot size before.
So you think it's important to have a minimum lot size now? It's your call. You're the planning director.
That's a tough call because I could be in an RP district and I could have a 3-acre parcel or a 2-acre parcel, and I could be an isolated parcel and I could have, you know, a half-acre worth of parking and be on a straight road, and I don't have any sight distance issues. I don't have any neighbors. So if I had an event at my house or at my property, it might not bother anybody. I could be on another 2-acre parcel. I could have, it could be relatively dense around me and there'd be any number of issues. So it might not be appropriate. I mean, that's why they go through the special exception process so they can be reviewed individually. Right. So the 10 acres, I mean, that's,
do I leave 10 acres?
It could be punitive to those people who have 5 acres. If I have a 5-acre parcel, I clearly have enough land area to hold some type of special event or wedding venue. I mean, yeah, I've been on a property where it's right at 5 acres, and from my perspective, I think they have sufficient land for parking. They have sufficient land for multiple, drain fields. They have screening. They have sight distance. So in that instance, a 5-acre parcel is fine.
Okay. Let me ask, all right, because the board has the ability to go through each of these conditions and make changes. So rather than debate them all now, we'll do that a little bit later. Are there any other points you'd like to make before we have the public hearing?
No, I just want to remind you all that, again, once you adopt this, it becomes effective immediately. So just don't forget, if you so choose to grant the authority for those applications in the process to continue. Because those applicants have paid their fee, they have started the review process.
Which we have the ability to do.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. At this point, we will open the public hearing for text amendment 03-2023, standards for special event facilities. Public hearing's open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Anyone who'd like to speak? Hearing none, the public hearing is declared closed. Mr. Hughes? Questions of Mr. Hughes at this time?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Long?
All right. Leon, I got your attention here. All right. Let's clarify that this is only for those who already have special event facility permits, correct? They are now allowed to do 4 ticketed events a year, correct? This is what we're doing. You know, you got to keep me straight or we'll be here more than all night. And thirdly, I know. And thirdly, when they do have a ticketed permit, it can only be 4 times a year, and it has to be within the conditions that their original permit was issued, as far as number and setback and time. All that would still carry through, correct?
Yes.
All right. And if they want to do a ticketed event, they have to apply, and it would go to us, or it would go to a member of staff if we so decide to make that change for approval.
So point of clarification.
I was afraid you were going to say that. Good.
The festival events ordinance that is coming, you guys saw it at a first reading, you made numerous comments on it. When that ordinance is adopted, then they would have the ability to come and apply for a special event or ticketed event, either a single day permit or a multi-day permit.
But only for those who already were an approved.
No,
but anybody could.
Anybody could do that. Yes. So another point of clarification: if you already have a special events facility that the board has already granted, you are going to be operating under the conditions that the board imposed when they approved that special events facility.
Right. And to be clear, I have a special event facility in the district that I represent. They will not have to worry about having ticketed events 4 times a year, right?
Because their conditions don't speak to that. So no, they don't. So that would be the purpose of that The new ordinance would allow them then to come and apply. So if you have a previously approved special events facility, when the new ordinance is adopted, you now have the ability to come to the board and say, okay, I'd like to have a ticketed event, and it goes through the review process, and it's either approved by the county administrator for a single day event or the board for a multi-day event. Now, let me say,
Wait. They already exist.
they do.
So there's no rule that says anything about ticketed events. They're what we would call grandfather.
They were not. They are governed by the conditions that were adopted by the board. So,
And if the conditions don't say ticketed events, you don't have the authority to do ticketed events.
correct.
Okay.
We're changing the definition, which is what they're under. So therefore, they would have the ability to go have 4 events per year.
Right, but
After this is
my
passed.
point was, like a lot of things, are they grandfathered and they can do what existed under their original definition?
They can choose not to do it,
And
and they have the
and-
freedom to do it.
And now we're giving them the option. That's the point I'm just trying to make sure, because this is way too confusing than it should have been. So I'm just trying to make sure it's all clear, we all understand. We've got people in the audience who have special event facilities, and I'm sure they're asking these same questions in their head. And I just want to make sure we're all clear once we're done.
Well, those
That's all.
individuals, those individuals who currently hold a special events facility for a wedding venue, they are governed by their approved
Their
conditions.
current conditions,
Yes.
correct.
Those conditions do not get changed with the definition. They have to continue to operate under those prescribed conditions. It's much like a rezoning case.
Right. It stays the same.
It stays the same until they are changed.
So the wedding event or the special event wedding facility that is in somebody's backyard, they all of a sudden decide that somebody famous is going to get married, they're going to sell tickets or have tickets. They can't do that.
No.
They just have to have it wide open. Anybody can come to the wedding.
Well, your prior approvals generally limited.
It's
the
got
number
definitions of
yes.
people.
So there were
All right.
conditions that were placed on those
Okay.
that typically limited those.
All right, let's
Number
make
of
sure we understand, and let's take care of this. Any other questions on the definitions or the standards? Do we want to leave the 10 acres in?
I think we need to approve this next meeting because I have a handful and it's getting late. And I think the language with regarding the acreage, it needs to be no set number, just something that the size of the parcel appropriate for the size of the venue to accommodate parking, setup, whatever it may be. And then that way it's judged for its merits when it comes to us instead of putting an arbitrary acreage
Number, that's fine.
That's
that would be my preference, but I have other ones that
Very
again,
arbitrary.
we can do this
Have a standard.
next meeting.
All right, Mr. McKenzie, I've created a definition. Am I stuck with the definition before I get with the actual ordinance by deferring? I'm deferring a month. He's got 2 processes in the hopper.
So you have, the definition's been adopted.
Right.
But again, it's just the definition. And so it will control any applications that come. That's the new definition for special events facilities. You have 2 applications that are in process, and like staff's already said, those can be grandfathered. You know, you've done that in the past. You have the power to do it again.
Okay.
But if you make a motion to defer the standards, we just won't have the standards in place until those are, revised to meet your.
I think there is a little more discussion on standards required.
I don't want to defer.
Okay. You what?
I don't want
I don't want to defer.
You don't want to defer? You ready to do it now?
I think we're gonna do it, yeah.
Mr. Forehand, how many questions do
We've
you have?
operated for years without. What's the hurry for wait one more month?
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. Man. We can wait. It seems like there is a bit of unreadiness. Mr. Black, are you ready or?
No, I'm ready. I want to defer.
Mr. Seeley?
I can defer. I was going to ask one question. Deferring this, does that clear up the last 2 that are in the planning commission process?
Not unless they get to
one
us
will
here.
make it through the planning commission. The other one will not. It was just filed Friday, so it's got a ways to go.
Okay.
We can defer.
Okay, that's fine. Hey,
All right, I'll take a motion to defer
So moved.
to our first meeting in September.
You better,
Second.
okay.
Who made the
I was
motion?
just saying,
Well, we both made the motion.
Clay
so I
made a
gave you
motion, Nancy
second.
seconded. I was just questioning, are we gonna be ready by the first meeting in September?
Yes, because Mr. Hughes is gonna make sure he contacts everybody, and everybody's gonna return his call to make sure he's got all the questions.
Have all the paperwork submitted back to him.
And have all, thank you. All right, we're gonna defer our September 12th meeting. It's the next meeting, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your time. Don't go anywhere.
You called the motion. Did you vote? Yeah.
You didn't call.
Mr. Forehand made the motion,
Wait a second.
and the second was Mrs. Long. And I said we're gonna defer to the September 12th meeting
We didn't
as soon as we get the vote.
Right.
The deferral, I had to find out, I had to look at the
Aye.
calendar to get the meeting. All in favor of the deferral, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next project or next public hearing is rezoning 01-2023 Woodlawn Belmont. Is the owner. That is before you get started. As the board is aware, there was a project that was actually approved in 2008. It was never started, and since 2008, 15 years ago, several of the proffers would like to be changed by the applicant. That's why they're here. As Mr. McKenzie has reminded me, I need to state that as our public hearing or public notice for this meeting was authorized, the board has the ability to vote on this particular project now or defer. That satisfies the new law?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
There's some new public hearing language that's effective July 1st, so we had to make sure we said that. Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir. So good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you noted, this is a request of Woodlawn/Belmont LLC and Burley Residential Land LLC for an amendment to the proffers approved in case RZ 11/2007 that was approved in October 2008. The subject parcel is currently zoned PRD, Planned Residential Development, and identified as tax parcel 83-A-1. RZ 11/2007 was approved for the development of 576 units, consisting of 227 single-family homes, 444 villas, 72 age-restricted units, and 183 townhomes. The major items of the original proffer that the original proffers committed to were the construction of a public safety building, prepayment of utility connections, improvements to Moncourt Drive, and the construction of a 4-lane extension of Drawbridge Road from the subject parcel's southern boundary to the north to Moncourt Drive. The acquisition of 15 acres for a public school site, and a $1,310.33 per unit proffer. In 2021, a request by a different applicant to amend the proffers was denied by the Board of Supervisors. This request is to amend the proffers of the prior case, replacing the proffers with a new set of proffers that attempt to address the current needs of the county and mitigate the project's impact. The current request proposes development of 526 units, consisting of 284 single-family detached units, 52 villas, and 190 single-family attached units or townhouses. The proposal eliminates the 72 age-restricted units and spreads those 72 units across the other housing types. And I'll discuss the proffers in more detail later, shortly.
Mr. Hughes, what was the first number of the detached?
In the original case?
No, the proposed revised.
It is 284.
Thank you.
So this is an image of the subject parcel highlighted in red with the star. The Belmont and Belmont West subdivisions border the subject parcel to the west. Moncourt Drive is to the north. Yeah, hey, Moncourt Drive is here. The Belmont subdivisions are here and priorly approved. The subject parcel, of course, is there
For the green light
in
on
red.
here.
So to the east is an active farming operation.
and to the south is a commercially zoned area. And the Belmont had 306 units in it, a mix of single family detached and townhouses, which is built out. Belmont West was approved for 329 units, 3 single family detached, 62 townhomes, and 264 multifamily units that have not been constructed. This image also shows the existing transportation network, including the existing interparcel connection locations that are proposed. The image also shows the access into Belmont via Route 207 at the existing Enterprise Drive intersection, which the applicant is proffering to attempt to acquire and construct the connection to Route 207. So that is here, is where the Enterprise Drive intersection is right there. It's a signalized intersection. The applicant is in negotiations to try to acquire that land so that they could connect there and make a connection. Moncourt Drive, which is to the north here, extends all the way back to Route 207 there at the Carmel Church Loop. And in the original case, there was a proffer that would have extended the applicant's proposal, and I'll show you on the GDP in a minute, of Dry Bridge down to Dry Bridge Road, which is here, and that connection is not necessary, nor is it necessary to be a 4-lane road based on counts. So this is the zoning map of the area. As you can see, the purple is planned residential development and the red is commercial. The current comp plan designates this area as part of the Carmel Church Community Plan Area. This area is a focal point of economic activity in the county with a mix of commercial types that serve local residents and travelers. This proposal is consistent with the vision of the plan area and the existing development pattern with a continuation of a mix of residential housing types. The proposed layout of distinct neighborhoods identified by the respective housing types provide compatible residential uses adjacent to each other. The prior rezoning of the Belmont area provided a 20-acre area fronting on Route 207 reserved for commercial development. And that's what you see there in the red, this area here. There again, the connection there. This is the original GDP that was approved back in 2007. I think most notable is that this proposal proposed that this be a 4-lane divided road with an extension across 2 properties they did not control out to Dry Bridge Road. The current proposal is for a 2-lane road that would not connect to Dry Bridge, but would instead make the connection here to Traverse, which is there, and extend down to the signalized intersection at Enterprise Drive. And I noted previously the units that were approved, it was 227 single-family homes, 44 villas, 72 age-restricted units, and 183 townhomes. So this is a page from the applicant's GDP that shows the current proposal. It depicts the layout. Area A in the green represents the area of the townhomes. Areas B, D, and E, and F represent single-family detached units, and Area C represents the location of villas. The shaded green area in the middle here is the recreation area. The townhomes are here, and these are townhomes that are currently developed in the Belmont project now. So like I said before, we have like uses adjacent to one another. The applicant has proffered a clubhouse, outdoor swimming pool, tennis courts, volleyball court, a multi-use field, and a pedestrian trail network. The proffers include a provision that allows the public to use the recreation amenities for reasonable fees set by the new HOA of Belmont North. The orange area along the internal road, adjacent to areas C, E, and D, represent the applicant's proffered 10-foot multi-use trail along the New Spine Road. Since the Planning Commission, the applicant has made several changes to the proposed transportation improvements, and these include reducing the access points along the internal road, installing the full right turn lane on Moncourt, and the possibility of connecting to Traverse Street. The proffers limit the number of building permits that may be applied for annually to 150 a year in years 1 through 3, leaving 76 units in year 4. So just for clarification, this is the connection here where Traverse would connect into the existing Belmont and then down through the commercial area to Route 207. So this is a this is an image looking from the edge of the Traverse Street connection into the property now. As you can see, it's a vacant field. This is an image looking behind where that prior photo was taken. This is on Traverse Street where it dead ends into the subject parcel. And if you notice, there's quite a bit of elevation change there. This is an image taken from the subject property looking down. This is Traverse Street there around here. And then this next image is an image of Traverse. And then here is the dead end where it would connect down through to Route 207. So you can see it is a subdivision street and the applicant has proposed it as such. This is just a little bit closer view of that same area. This is a view from Moncor Drive looking into the subject property. This view is looking at the subject property's entrance. There's a farm road there now, looking west on Moncor Drive. This is a view looking into the subject property from the intersection of McDuff and Moncor. It's back towards the east. There's the intersection of McDuff and Moncor. The subject property would be there on the right-hand side. This is a view looking from the commercial area, the area where Traverse Street would connect through the commercial area, looking at Route 207. Route 207 is here in this area here. And this is a view from the edge of that area looking at the signalized intersection of Enterprise Drive. So you can see it is a signalized intersection. So the applicant has proper, conforms with the GDP, limits on the uses, utilities, improvements, transportation improvements, site development, recreation improvements, conformity with the stormwater management requirements, and a fiscal proffer as well. Late this afternoon, the applicant submitted a revised proffer document in response to staff comments. And I did have a call with Ms. Cosby this afternoon to go over those revisions. And I believe in principle, we've agreed on most of them. However, I did not have enough time to fully review the changes that they suggested this afternoon. And so at this point, I would recommend that we not take action on those properties because we just got them this afternoon. So that concludes my presentation. I know the applicant is here and would certainly like to speak to the application itself. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, before we open the public hearing, we're going to acknowledge that we received proffers dated August 8th. However, we did receive them at the board meeting table prior to the meeting. Mr. Black, did you have a question?
What's the, it's in our packet here, but what was the reason? I saw the planning commission rejected this on a 6-0 vote, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what was their reasoning?
So the planning commission felt like that the case was not I would say, sufficiently mitigating its impact in terms of the prior commitments that the original case was committed to.
Okay. All right, that's all for now. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Hughes before we open the public hearing? No. Mr. McKenzie, I have a question for you, sir. As are as by the county rules and the Commonwealth's rules, we have received proffers before we open the public hearing.
Mm-hmm.
We can conduct the public hearing And if we decide to defer, we would not have to have another public hearing unless there were substantial changes to the proffers.
That's correct. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you define substantial.
So substantial generally, I mean, is going to be a change that either is less restrictive on the application or increases density or usage.
Okay.
And I have not reviewed the latest red line under that standard, so I would have to look at that. But I believe most of them are aimed at correcting staff's concerns about the clarity of language.
Okay.
But again, I need to review the latest version, and that's a law that's remained the same.
Right.
That's different from the July 1 changes to 2204.
Right.
So this is just like every other rezoning. You know, there's a spectrum within which you can make changes to proffers after having the public hearing. If they're substantial enough, you need to re-advertise. But that is the standard.
I just want to make sure we all understand that. I sent for the board's knowledge, I sent Mr. McKenzie a list of questions that were in the packet proffers where Mr. Hughes said staff does not agree or staff does not like this language of the proffer, and Mr. McKenzie said we can fine tune the language without having another public hearing.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
what did the planning commission see regarding proffers versus what we have here dated today?
They did
I'm
not.
just trying to wrap my arms around what they were seeing versus what I'm seeing, because what I'm seeing seems pretty reasonable. And I'm just curious what they saw.
Well, he gets to do a little questions before. I think if this is proffer version 4, they probably saw 1.
Well, mine says, is this number 4?
I think it is. Mr. Hughes, is this the 4th version of well, maybe the applicant can answer that.
Well, Mr. Ford, to answer your question, if you're speaking to the chart that detailed
this exhibit 1.2.
Yes, that was in the planning commission's packet, as well as was the chart that did the proper comparison. So those items were all in the planning commission's packet
with the same numbers and all that. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The biggest change is the proffer document itself and what the applicant is committed to.
Right, which affects the chart in reality. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. We're going to open the public hearing now. So we will declare the public hearing for RZ01-2023 to be open.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Allow the applicant opportunity to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. We are going to allow the applicant to make a brief 10-minute presentation at the most as part of the public hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greetings, board members. My name is Ann Neal Cosby. I am a land use attorney at Wiregill representing Burley Residential Land, and members of the development team and the engineers are here with me to answer any questions. Just for brief clarification with regard to the proffers that you received at your desk right before this meeting, we've been trying to fine tune the proffers at staff's request, and the changes that have been made, and actually in the various prior versions, were tweaks that staff had requested to the original proffers. In other words, the language that was negotiated in 2008. So in other words, obviously the county has a new planning director, and so there were just some changes that the planning director had asked that we consider. So if you look at the version of the proffers that's before you and the prior version, it was just fine tuning, but it wasn't, for the most part, issues that had arisen. It was just, again, language changes and preferences for how particular proffers were written. And we were happy to accommodate that. We want to make sure that Mr. Hughes and the county is satisfied with those proffers. But the reason they were coming late is, again, the final staff comments were coming in, and we really just wanted to address those. So we appreciate your consideration. We apologize for them coming in at the late date. But again, we were trying to be responsive to everything that Mr. Hughes, every question, even though it wasn't related to a proffer that we were asking be amended.
And so I wanted to, again, just, I think we've got a PowerPoint up. Thank you. And Mr. Hughes has really talked through this application, but if you can go to the next slide. Again, the rezoning was approved in 2008. It allowed for the phase construction of 526 residential units at that time. And Mr. Hughes has talked about what the mix of multifamily and single family and villa housing types were approved. There was a significant proffer package that was provided at that time that was related to improvements that were of importance to the county. Obviously, it was on an upscale for development. So density, schools, impacts on public safety. It was right before the recession. So there was a significant proffer package that was given at that time. In answer to Mr. Forehand's question about what the Planning Commission's concerns were, really, they didn't have concerns so much related to the land use component of this. They were just questioning whether the fiscal trade-offs that the applicant was asking were sufficient. And really, that's a fiscal question for the board. So they really just asked, would you just prefer, they didn't know one way or the other. And so they said, would you prefer just to, we can just say we're not going to recommend it, and you just go to the board and talk to them. And we said, yes, please. So there's no land use component that was a problem. It was really just go talk about the proffers, and that's what we're here doing. And really, the alternative proffers are the requests that we're making to change, and I'll get into those. And I'm going to hit the highlights. The chart that you have has all of the detailed changes, but in the interest of time and import, I wanted to make sure that we could go through some of those major issues and the ones that I think the board needs to truly consider. So the next slide, please. In 2023, of course, so Belmont North was approved, but it's never been built. In 2023, Burley Residential looked at the project, said this is a great project, but the proffers are outdated. These improvements aren't necessarily what the county's priorities are anymore. What can we do to bring the same range of value to the county, but in a way that makes sense and deals with the issues that the county has in 2023? So really, we're only trying to amend those proffers which no longer satisfy or optimize the current county capital or infrastructure needs. The development itself is substantially the same, and we'll look at that on the next slide. As Mr. Hughes explained, here's the current GDP. There is a different mix of residential units. You've heard a little bit about that. There's actually more single family than villa types. And so that's reflected here, and just slight changes to the layout, but it's substantially the same as it was in 2008. And the next slide identifies what that looks like. Again, the Traverse Street Road connection, it's not technically a part of the Belmont North development. It's part of Belmont at Carmel Church, but again, as part of this effort to try to identify what are the county's priorities, we did focus on how we could assist with the improvements of transportation out to Enterprise. And so we've taken on that connection as part of our development, even though it's not part of the original proffers. So the next slide. Again, the total number of dwelling units remains at 526. One of the changes that we have is that the age-restricted villas the age restriction be removed, and that we can change the housing types around, and again, increase single family primarily. And that's because age restricted in this area is really not a product that has, the same type of market that it does in another area where you've got services for the older community, hospitals and stores, and it's just not a product that really makes sense now. And so changing that to mostly single family, I think, is more of the product, is more of the need. It raises property value, so that's a a win-win to the county. The next slide, we did hear that the recreational amenities, which would be of use to Belmont at Carmel Church, the original proffers had those being built by the 300th building permit. We've agreed to move those up so that the construction would commence at the 150th building permit. We also, in talking to Mr. Hughes today, one of the trails and the gazebos, we're agreeing to, and it's in your revised proffers, to construct as early as the first site plan. So the Land Bay A, that first trail, so that there are some amenities as quickly as we can get them in there. On the next slide, the transportation, as Mr. Hughes had mentioned, the original proffer had Dry Bridge Boulevard being constructed as a 4-lane road, even though VDOT never identified that as being a need. That was proffered. And the actual extension off-site wasn't all the way to 207. It was across the Terrell tract, adjacent to the western edge of the Flippo tract. So it didn't go all the way. It was just an extension to pick up some portion of Dry Bridge. So it was sort of a road to nowhere, if you will, but there was going to be some portion of the construction.
You know all about those.
So again, we looked at that and said, what can we do instead of this Dry Bridge Road extension and width that's not needed? So we looked to see what the county's priorities are. And on the next slide, again, as we've talked about, that's the improvements of the intersection at Enterprise. So this is sort of the big change. And this is one that the Planning Commission did not see, but we do believe that it's a great improvement. And this is the applicant will work to acquire the right-of-way at its sole cost, and that's not included in the proffers, by the way. So whatever that cost is, so long as it's commercially reasonable and we can get the right-of-way, we'll acquire the right-of-way. We will build the Traverse connection to 207 and install whatever improvements are required at that intersection. And our traffic engineers and engineers have estimated that cost to be roughly $2.2 million. So we will pay the 2.2 to construct that. The timelines are built into the proffer so that would be completed roughly within 4 years. And so if we can't get right of way for any reason, that 2.2 million would be provided to the county as a cash proffer to be used if others can get that right of way, or if the county it has that in its coffers to use for Enterprise as the board sees fit. And so that's the new proffer, and we think a significant upgrade than the Dry Bridge, which isn't needed. And I know I'm getting short on time. So the next slide. There are other cash contributions.
We're going to give you a couple of minutes more since you had to answer questions in the beginning.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The original proffers had money to be proffered for Fred, where the new proffer, again, just provides that as an upfront cash contribution. It was $50,000 for 5 years. Again, we're just saying here, take the money, and it's the same proffer, just slightly different. The next slide.
Ms. Neal?
Yes.
Cosby, sorry.
That's okay.
When does that kick in?
The cash, that one is per dwelling unit. So are you talking about the Fred?
Oh, I'm sorry, the one before that, yes. Sorry, at the 150th house, or, yeah, it was the 250.
That proffer and then this education proffer are, they're divided up per dwelling unit.
So you're going to divide
At building permit, excuse me.
$250,000 divided by 526?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes. And that's in proffer, I think, 34. It has the total calculation and then the per unit. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. The education proffer, again, originally required that the applicant identify and acquire a 15-acre site and then convey it over to the county. And so for a school site, number one, that may not be the county's priority now to have a school site in this area. So the alternative proffer was to provide simply a cash contribution of $400,000 to the county for future capital costs, and that's based on $20,000 for 20 acres of land. So that's where the 400 comes in. And again, that would be based on a per unit, Mr. Forehand, cost or payment. For the next slide, there was another proffer that required payment of $500 for the issuance of each building permit for an education and recreation fund. And again, that's deleted and replaced with a cash proffer of, it's now actually $263,000. And that was one of the final tweaks that we talked to Mr. Hughes about, because instead of basing these per unit calculations on 506 units, which was what was done in 2008, because you could have 20 units on this land as it was RP before it was rezoned. So the county had always calculated proffers per unit on 506. In discussions with Mr. Hughes, he requested that we change that so that it would include the original 20 units, and we've agreed to do that as well. So the difference in the proffer, you got $10,000 additional dollars today based on my discussions with Mr. Hughes. So we've agreed to do that. The next, the public safety proffer originally required the applicant to construct a public safety building on a piece of land that would be 7,000 square feet at a construction cost not to exceed $2.5 million. Well, obviously, that didn't happen. The county has built a public safety building, and so again, we were trying to figure out, well, what can we, what makes sense? So we looked at under the county's. This is a little bit technical, but under the county's current calculations for cash proffers, at least the ones from 2015, the per unit dwelling unit for fire and rescue was $1,281. So that's what, if I were coming to you in 2015, that's what the cost would be per unit to provide public fire and rescue. So we adjusted that for inflation and then multiplied that out. And so that's where the 819 comes from. So we believe in that way, we're still paying what fire and rescue would be entitled to mitigate the costs of our units. What happens to the remainder of the money that was originally proffered? That's where it goes to help build Route 207. So it's a little bit of shifting monies around, but again, it's intended to address the priorities, still cover our mitigation for fire and rescue, but be able to provide greater funds to build those improvements for 207. So that's really the big shift here. The next slide. So the total financial benefits to the county, the total value of the proffers is over $9.8 million. When you look at water and sewer connection fees, that's in there, and annual property taxes. And again, those property taxes would go up with more single family versus the age restricted. So I know that's a trade-off too. So again, we've tried to bring meaningful improvements to the county at a value that is fair and equitable and provides improvements in the same classifications and range as the additional proffers. But again, trying to meet the county's needs where they are now, as opposed to in 2008. So those are the amendments, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. The chart in there, again, is accurate, except for the $10,000 change for the one, but I'm happy to answer any questions or.
Well, the public hearing is technically open because Mr. Thomas opened it. So
yes.
What I'm going to do is have you take a seat and see who else has any comments.
Of course.
Then we will come back after we close the public hearing for board comments.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anybody wishing to speak? Hearing none?
Oh, Sheriff's coming.
Oh,
Sorry, been sitting from the corner.
Thank you.
This may not be a builder issue and it's not a proper issue, but my concern is it's going to be an HOA issue. Is when the HOA gets in place, they may have certain rules and restrictions about commercial trucks, big trucks, and where are they going to park? We already had a lot of problem with Omaha, trucks parking on Omaha in the first Belmont. So I don't know that this has been addressed in this new subdivision, but if the HOA comes back and says you can't park your tractor and trailer out in front of your house, and that's one of their restrictions, it's going to force them out of the neighborhood onto the public streets, and it's going to be an issue for the sheriff's office and the board members. I think I don't know how to address it or how to concern. It's just a concern that I have. It's not a prop or anything of that nature, but it is a concern when you have these tight-knit communities. And obviously out of 500 and some homes, you're going to have some tractor trailer drivers that move in there. So I have a real concern for that.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Hearing none, we'll declare the public hearing to be closed. Did board members have questions of Mr. Hughes at this time or the applicant?
I just have a comment. I guess my concern with a lot of these things, and it seems to be happening, I thought we wanted it less, but more, is that something goes to the planning commission and the planning commission rejects it 6-0, and all of a sudden the proffers change immensely, which is very ironic. And then it comes back to us. I think it needs to go back to the planning commission, and that's what I'd like to see happen. I want them to dig in with this before. I don't think. I would like to see the planning commission take another whack at this before we have it again. Because I mean, what's the point of the planning commission if all the proffers are going to completely change after they see it? So I would like to see it returned to them.
Any questions of Mr. Hughes or the applicant at this time? Mr. Underwood, is that?
I have none at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long? Okay. Mr. Forehand, did you have a question of either the applicant or Mr. Hughes?
No, I'm content.
Mr. Seeley?
It is very difficult to sit here and then get this much more after we've already read this much and say, these are the changes. And then somebody wants a decision tonight or wants to move forward. I'm in the same arena as Mr. Black. The Planning Commission spent a lot of time on this. They do a lot of due diligence. They have the time and they have the ability to go visit and look at things. And for this to go to planning and then the proffers change, and then it comes to us, and then, I mean, at 4:30, this is what we get. I don't think this is fair to those of us that sit here. And I spent considerable time reading proffers. I mean, the drawing package that's here, I really have concerns. I just don't think that's the way to do business for those of us that we've appointed to the Planning Commission that are supposed to look out for everybody that's in the community. And then for us to make a change at the last hour, I don't think's fair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no other questions?
I guess I have a comment.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Underwood.
For me, when we look at the proffer changes, I do think I can agree that I think it should be looked at all levels, so that they see the same thing. They've not seen this document.
No.
So their opinion may change and they may vote for the change, which would give us a little more insight. So I'm in agreement. I think we should defer until the planning, or send it back to the planning commission to give them an opportunity to see all of the documents and all of the changes that have been made, because I'm not one to change proffers. I think you stand a better chance, from my perspective, of getting proffers changed if the planning commission says, I like what I see. But if they vote 6-0 not to accept, then I'm more than likely not to accept. I happen to like a lot of things that are before me, but I certainly would like to have the support of the Planning Commission as well. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. This development was approved back in 2008. And how many owners has it had since then, and why now?
This is the third one.
Third owner? Yeah, I just get worried about changing things when it's a permit that's this old, and I almost feel like it needs to go back to the beginning, but I think they'd rather go back to the Planning Commission. It just makes me very nervous.
Well, this board, were you done? Okay. No, I just told you, it's the third. It's the third owner. I was actually on the board in 2008 when the proffers were negotiated. I think at that point in time, board members were allowed to negotiate, and I negotiated. We got a fire station, we got land for Germana, we got land for a school, we got a 4-lane road. I must say it was a pretty good negotiating deal. Unfortunately, that particular owner had to file for bankruptcy because the market crashed on him. The second owner came last year or year before last and didn't change the proffer significantly, so we turned it down. I have seen these proffers and their changes 4 or 5 times because I asked the applicant to have meetings with the Belmont and Carmel Church HOA and their citizens. We met 2 years ago, we met in March, and we met as recently as last Thursday. So they've all had a chance to see them, and not one person spoke in opposition from that community. So we're looking at what we do, how we change the proffers to update them. County's building a fire station across the street now. So the money they would have put in for the fire station, they're trying to put in now for transportation, which is just as big a need, which we're going to discuss in a couple of weeks. I thought we could fine tune it. I thought we might be able to defer it, put it off a little while. I'm willing to, at this point in time, look at what the board would do. Mr. Hughes, maybe I should ask you a question, if you would. If we send this back to the Planning Commission, when would it come back to the board? Could it come back in a couple of months, 3 months? What's the time frame you would suggest from the Planning Commission? Because the Planning Commission has reviewed all of the technical data and all of those things. They just, as the board members have said, they just haven't had a chance to review the latest proffers, which we honestly wouldn't vote on tonight anyhow. So what do you think it would take to come back from the Planning Commission?
It's a possibility that they could get there in September to the Planning Commission. With that, I mean, you have so if they got a hearing in September, the end of September, then with the process that we currently have set up, then it would be November.
We only have one meeting in November and one meeting in December. That gives you time to review the proffers as they are, right? I think so, right? All right, does the board wish to dispose of this? I can count.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, we didn't ask the applicant.
May I just address the issue about going back to the Planning Commission? I don't know whether it might help, but this application was originally filed in March. And again, just as a proffer amendment, we went to the Planning Commission. We had the public hearing. Nobody spoke.
Right.
The Planning Commission deferred. They wanted more time. So they deferred another month. We requested at that time because we knew that some of the, they might have financial questions. We requested a work session with the Planning Commission. and said we would be happy to meet with any of the members at any time. We tried our best because there are, of course, contract deals on the backside of this.
Right.
So we were granted a work session prior to the next planning commission meeting. So we went and we met with the planning commissioners again to answer any questions that they had. They didn't express any questions at the first public hearing. They really didn't have any questions during the work session. And then, of course, at the meeting then decided that really for the financial questions that you're talking about right now, that was perhaps better determined by the Board of Supervisors. So they sent it forward. So we've spent quite a lot of time with the Planning Commission and trying very hard to engage with any questions that they would have. And there weren't any. And so I am just afraid. And so the only change substantively in the proffer is the 207 connection. And again, that came after the Planning Commission, and frankly, as a issue that had come up before coming to the board. So again, we tried to address that before this board. So we've been trying to do, to engage, to address the county's concerns. We would much prefer a deferral to the board's next meeting to answer any questions. We can provide any information. We can show you what the changes have been between what the Planning Commission saw and what it didn't see, but sending it back to the Planning Commission for a public hearing, they may defer it again. And we simply don't have that level of time. And so we would respectfully request that it be deferred at the board until next month, if that would be an alternative.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
that would also give us time to reach out to our individual members
Of the Planning Commission?
of the Planning Commission. They have the chart. We can provide the chart, but
They had the chart.
they had the chart. The only material difference would be
The 207.
the 2.5 million being transferred from public safety over to addressing the enterprise drive
And the dry bridge extension.
and the dry bridge not making a
Not-
4-lane yet.
Right.
A needless 4-lane road to nowhere.
Taking away dry bridge, adding traverse, and then shifting the money. That's really the
Was there
the change.
was the feeling that that's financial? Let the board handle that?
That was my impression, and I thought I saw Mr. Schwartz in here earlier for the next. Oh, there he is. So I think that the proffers and what would be appropriate as far as an alternative. So, for example, the public safety building. There was some discussion as to the public safety proffer was X. Maybe it should be Y. And so it seemed like they were concerned that, and I think Mr. Hughes frankly said it, they were concerned whether the fiscal proffers were appropriate. I would say it that way. And I don't know whether, again, Mr. Schwartz is here, so I don't know but that was certainly something that we agreed made sense to come to the board.
And I think that's part of it. The laws have changed. I wasn't allowed to actually talk to them and say, I would like this as a proffer anymore, which I didn't.
You did not?
I believe Mr. Hughes made a couple of suggestions, which is his job. So we adhere to what the process is currently, not as good as it was before when we could actually interface with each other. But where we are now is I can defer any decision until our September meeting. I can vote on it now, or we can send it to the Planning Commission.
Of course.
Now, it seems like several of the board members have expressed concern about having the Planning Commission actually see it. But we actually have, whatever the Planning Commission says, we, the Board of Supervisors, have the final say on this project. So it's eventually going to come back to us, period. What I hear a couple of board members say is they want the planning commission to just look at it again. So I need to ask Mr. Hughes is, what does look at it again mean? Does look at it again mean have another public hearing? Does look at it again means they say what's going on? What, Mr. Hughes?
If you remand it to the planning commission, it's going to require a public hearing.
Okay. We can defer it till our next meeting. Mr. Schwartz, do you want to say something? This is totally out of the ordinary, but if you would like to, we will allow you to give us some insight as to how the planning commission was thinking. I'm sure you were here for something else.
On the public hearing bit, that actually does bring up that July 1 law. And the issue is if you give notice under the new law of intended action, you have to put public notice in the paper. So we will have to have a public hearing at planning commission if it goes back to them. Under the new
Regardless of whatever happens, I can't have the planning commission get it and say, oh, we think this is good now, send it back to us.
Conservatively under the new law, I mean, we're all grappled with the new language, but no, I would think you'd have to have a public hearing and put it in the paper.
Okay. Mr. Schwartz, do you want to say anything?
Normally, we have the benefit of seeing the transcript of the meeting.
Right.
We don't have that tonight to know how the meeting went and what your questions were and things like that. So you being here is kind of fortuitous. Perhaps you could give us some insight on what y'all were thinking regarding the financials.
Yes, sir.
Of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board.
Thank you.
To the best of my recollection, the Planning Commission had some fiscal concerns. The majority of our concerns were the traffic flow of going from a 4-lane to a 2-lane road, the acquisition of some property belonging to MS Terrell, which the present owners or present developer had been unable to obtain. And it would have fallen upon the county if it was desirous of getting that property, where the county would have to probably file a condemnation suit. So that was going to be a bucket of worms, but only in part were the concerns of the fiscal nature. We also had concerns of doing away with the 55 plus age requirement on some of the units. We felt that some of our senior citizens should have had the benefit of good housing just as well as anyone else, regardless of their age. So it was the totality of the proffers that were before us at that time that caused us concern. And I see that some of the proffers have been modified and changed at this point. So I haven't had time to digest what is before you.
Neither have we.
Neither have you,
Neither
sir.
have we, which is another point altogether. Okay.
So that was the major points of concern before the planning commissioners at that time.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Black.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we return this back to the planning commission.
Second.
All right. I prefer that we just defer it, but that's your motion question.
Yep.
All those in favor of the motion to send it back to the planning commission, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? Nay. Ms. Forehand votes nay. Chair of the Tax Division of the House, Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Black.
Aye.
Mr. Seeley.
Aye.
Mrs. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Underwood. And I vote nay. So the motion to send it back to the planning commission fails for lack of a majority. Mr. Underwood.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we defer this to our next board meeting. Give us an opportunity to speak to our planning commission persons for concerns or issues, and we discuss it at our next board meeting.
And at that time, it'll be
When is that meeting?
September 12th, I believe.
Only one meeting in August.
Only one meeting in August.
Thank you.
Is there a second to Mr. Underwood's motion?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Underwood's motion is to defer action on this particular agenda item until our September 12th meeting, I believe is the date. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Chair again detects division. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
Mr. Seeley?
Nay.
Ms. Long? Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So, the motion to send it back to the planning commission fails.
Do we just
The motion to defer it fails. I think at this point, we will pass over this particular agenda item and come back after we do this next public hearing. All right? We're gonna move on to agenda item number 7. We will come back to this one shortly, or maybe not shortly, after a break or something. Mr. Hughes? That's all we. We send it back to them.
Yes. So good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is a request of the Warriors Heart. Is requesting approval of a therapeutic health facility on tax parcel 76A19 and 765-1. Warriors Heart is requesting a special exception permit for a therapeutic health facility that caters to veterans, active duty military personnel, law enforcement officers, and first responders. Warriors Heart treats substance abuse, co-occurring psychological issues, PTSD, grief and loss counseling, and moral injury with a highly structured 42-day treatment program. This is not a court-ordered lockdown program or facility, and attendees may leave the program if they find the program is not a fit for them. When fully staffed, the facility will employ 67 individuals. According to the applicant's narrative, all personnel administering treatment are certified and licensed professionals specializing in therapeutic healthcare. Warriors Heart currently operates a facility in Banderas, Texas, which has been in operation since 2015. Should Warriors Heart receive Caroline County approval for the special exception, they will have to receive a licensure from the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services. In addition, Warriors Heart is seeking accreditation from the Department of Defense or for TRICARE and the Joint Commission accreditation. This is an aerial image of the tax parcel located on Passing Road, approximately 7/10 of a mile south of the intersection of Passing Road and Sparta Drive. The parcel's highlighted in yellow there. A very good landmark is the lake, which is in the center of the yellow area. Everything to the left of that lake area would be a part of the special exception. This is a zoning map of the area. The predominant zoning in the area is RP. This use is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is an aerial photograph of the existing conditions on the property. The applicant is proposing no additional structures on the property, some minor alterations to the interior of the existing structure. The facility contains a main structure with a commercial kitchen, community areas and a gymnasium, offices and dorms. That is in Building A, as identified on the slide there. There's also another dorm structure that will be used that is identified as Facility B. And then there's a clinic area that's identified as Facility C. The equine structure and stalls are identified as Facility D. And then there's a maintenance shop is identified as Facility E. What's not pictured in this photograph is the lake, which would be to the right of Building C down the hill. The applicant is proposing that they would have a phased opening there, where I think they would phase in a certain number of attendees initially, and then they would initially reach their maximum. I think and they can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the A building I think can house 32 people, I believe, and then the B building can house another, maybe it's reversed, 27 and 32, I believe. But the applicant can certainly clarify their sleeping arrangements and how many people would be in either of those facilities. Some recommended conditions for the special exception include no firearms training, no firearms range construction. The applicant would be required to provide transportation to anyone that wanted to leave the facility if they found it was not a proper fit. They would provide an emergency response plan, which the applicant has provided to both the sheriff's office and the fire services director, and they have both reviewed that and didn't find any issues with it. They would maintain all accreditations. There would be one EMT certified staff personnel 24 hours. Deliveries would occur between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. Signage would be limited, and there'd be a one-year review of the special exception commencing after operation. The applicant is present and has a presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions, and I would be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Board members have any questions for Mr. Hughes at this time? No, just questions for Mr. Hughes. No questions for Mr. Hughes? All right. We will declare the public hearing open in just a second. What I would like to do, since I know there are a lot of people who would like to speak to this particular project, I'm going to first ask anyone who is opposed to the project to speak. And then after that, I'm going to ask anyone who's in favor of the project if they would like to speak.
They just stand, that'd be faster.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
The applicant is present and has a presentation.
We're going to give the applicant a chance to make his presentation when I declare the public hearing open. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood how we're going to handle the public hearing. So the applicant is here. If you would like to come forward, make your presentation, I will declare the public hearing to be open.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Josh Lannon, Bowling Green District. This is my wife, Lisa Lannon, partner Tom Spooner. His wife, Lori Spooner, had a family medical emergency, was unable to attend, but we are the founders of Warrior's Heart.
My name is Tom Spooner. I'm going to give you just a brief history of who I am. I joined the military in 1990 and immediately went to the Gulf War. From 1990 to 1995, I was in 82nd Airborne Division. From 96 to 2001, I was in 7th Special Forces Group as a Green Beret. From 2001 to 2011, I was with Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta until I retired in 2011. I have 12 combat deployments, 40 months total time in combat. I got sober 30 years ago as part of my qualifications. I've been married for 33 years. I have 2 sons that are currently serving on active duty in the U.S. Army. I've dedicated my life to caring for this population overseas and at home. I've dedicated my life to providing what they need to heal with dignity and respect until the day I die.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Lannon, and a brief history about myself and my background. So my grandfather is a World War II veteran. My father is a Vietnam veteran. My mother is Vietnamese. She was an interpreter in the war. They got married, and I consider myself a product of the Vietnam War. My father went into law enforcement. He served as a deputy sheriff for 20 years. I followed in his footsteps in Las Vegas and went into law enforcement as well. My brother retired as a corrections officer out of the state of South Dakota, so I have a long line of military and first responder experience in my family. I also know what it's like to be the daughter, the granddaughter, and the wife of someone who suffers from addiction, PTS, as well as some of my own issues going through law enforcement. Again, like Tom, I've dedicated myself to this field. We protect those who serve and protect us.
And I used to run nightclubs in Las Vegas, and my wife was in law enforcement. And
That's how you met?
I asked her to keep the handcuffs as well. That's a whole nother story, sir. I would get people drunk and she'd book them in jail. That was the joke, right? That was the full circle. We were in our 20s. It was fun. It was exciting, but it did take a toll on us. On November 26, 2001, Lisa came home in uniform and said, "That Josh, that's it, I'm done. Either you go to rehab tonight or I'm going to divorce you." And that was the lifeline that I needed. I needed someone strong, a team member, to take a stand for me because I didn't know how to do it myself. So I did. I checked into a facility, started the program, and that's when we then reunited again hand in hand in marriage. We've been together for, I got to check,
28 years.
28 years, 2 amazing children. My wife would say I'm the 3rd child in the family. But I share this with you because we are Warriors Heart. We know what it's like to walk in the front door of a facility. We know what it's like to be the loved one scared to death if their loved one's going to live or die. This is why we built Warriors Heart. Next slide, please. So we have a facility in Bandera. It is on a 547-acre ranch. It's a 100-bed facility. We acquired the property in 2015, and we've had over 2,500 warriors through our program. The unique thing about Warriors Heart is it's a voluntary program, so it's not a lockdown. The men and women that are there are because they want to be there, and if they would like to discharge, we allow it. We bring that up because this is not a lockdown where we've heard, well, what if they escape? There's no escaping. We will provide transportation for them back home or wherever they'd like to go. Anything else in that?
Yeah, I just want to add, so our current facility in Texas is in a very rural community, just like Caroline County. Bandera County is a population of 22,000 people, so we are smaller than the current county that we're applying for the special exception permit in.
Next slide. We've maintained our license and accreditation through the course of the operation. The Joint Commission accreditation is the highest level of behavioral health care accreditation. It is very difficult to get, and we are honored that our team continues to meet those standards. Next slide. Warriors Heart was recognized as one of the top 300 impact companies in 2023. It's very difficult to see, but number 1 is CVS. We list as number 4. These are impact companies, companies that are having a positive impact in the world. Next slide. We have an incredible amount of love and support on a national level. Some of our biggest supporters, for instance, Gary Sinise. Some of you may know or recognize him as Lieutenant Dan. Incredible human being. Next slide. We get deeply involved with the community. These are some pictures of our community involvement in Bandera. Next slide. And again, more community involvement. We are part of the community. We integrate with the community. One of the things we're proud of as well is we were recognized on the Today Show. That's one of our alumni with his therapist there on the Today Show. Next. So why Virginia, you ask? This started 2 years ago with the prior administration. They asked us to come. Well, it took us 2 years of due diligence. We agreed, we answered the call. These are 2 letters of support from the governor's office and the Department of Veteran Services. They are in full support of the mission here of Warriors Heart of us bringing the facility to Virginia. Next slide. This is pulled out from one of those letters. The Commonwealth looks forward to celebrating the opening of Warriors Heart in Caroline County and the positive impact their services for those who serve our country at home and abroad. Their presence in the Commonwealth will be a game changer to improve the quality of life for our military and first responder community. We don't take that lightly. That's a big ask and a big expectation, and we will deliver. Next slide. So we looked at hundreds of properties in Virginia, in the Commonwealth, and we came across this one in Caroline County. It was built for a healing center. It meets our needs. It is a fantastic property in a fantastic community. So we acquired the property April 28th, I believe, this year. Next slide. So once we got the property, we got to work. We got to work on the property, bringing it up to standards and up to building code, up to water, up to health, up to wastewater. Like, we went to work. We've been doing that for the last 90 days or so. The facility has had an incredible turnaround. We're extremely proud of it. Next slide. So what are we doing there? Warriors Heart will be a 60-bed therapeutic health facility, exclusively serving our active military veterans and first responders. We'll be licensed and accredited. So we took that message into the community. Next slide. Who we are, what we do, and what we stand for. And we got community involvement. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Seeley, for asking us to get involved in the community, because it did. It had a huge impact. We've had community meetings. We spoke at the Ruetan Club twice. We've gone to churches. We've gotten involved. National Night Out. It's been incredible support and feedback we received from the community. Next slide. That's more community engagement that we've done. And I'm really proud that our kids also embrace the message and what we stand for. For instance, that's a local child, a local young man, Austin, in his high school picture, wearing a Warriors Heart shirt. Next. We've also reached out to local law enforcement, 3 community county sheriffs there. First time my understanding that they were photographed together. We are involved in the community. That was at Warriors Heart. Next slide.
I think that's Essex.
So we're asking here today for your approval for Warriors Heart special exception application today to allow us to go to work and serve the men and women that have served us. Next slide. This is from 2 of our alumni. No words, I love our mission. These 2 brothers loved talking to each other on Wednesdays when alumni Steve would come here. They both went to Vietnam at 18 years old. It took us as a community 60 years to bring these 2 brothers home. As a community, we can do better than that. They earned it, they deserved it. Our Vietnam veterans are still struggling. We know how to do it. Please allow us the opportunity to do it here in Caroline County. And with that, I'd like to bring up a current alumni of ours and absolute, in my eyes, hero and American protector, Shane.
Good evening, board. My name is Shane St. John. Served 16 years in the military, in the Army, 5th Special Forces Group. Total of 8 combat deployments with 40 months total. So I struggled a long time when I got home. Even before when I got home, I was actually medically retired for my PTSD. 3 years before I retired, my group sent me over to become an instructor for some downtime. From there, it only got worse, and so did my drinking. Um, once I finally got out and I got home, I thought things were going to get better. I thought I was going to be home around my family, but it didn't. I was just in a dark place and I could not find my way out. I went to VA for multiple help. I went through therapeutic programs all across the country, to the point where I destroyed my life. I destroyed my family's life, and I was broken, and I didn't see a way out. And I figured at that point, you know, the legacy that I was leaving, I was better off dead. I didn't want to hurt my kids anymore. I didn't want to hurt anybody else. And I decided to try to take my life multiple times. I thought about it every day. Driving down the road, see a telephone pole, I should just drive right into it. Tasted gunmetal several times. And on that final time on October 28th, my kids reached out to me and they begged me to go. And they gave me the reason to go get help. Warrior's Heart gave me the tools and the support to actually find myself again. The program there was just bar none. It's the best program I've ever been. As soon as I walked in the door, they're like, "Welcome home." I'm like, "Yeah, right, whatever." You know, I was really resistant to it. But after a few weeks there, I started really realizing it. And then the way the culture is, you know, the fire pits, it's the warriors healing warriors. I would sit there and I'd talk to other battle buddies and we'd work it out. And you start relating and saying, "Oh, yeah, you know, our problems kind of like related to each other." And you start feeling a little bit better about yourself. And then with all the therapeutic treatments and the electives that I did there, it really helped me start to build my self-esteem again. And I owe this organization my life, and that's why I'm here. I've been here since May 15th. I'm working to get this facility going. I'm not really a public speaker, and that's why I'm sharing the stories, because if I can share my story with y'all and it can save one other person's life, then I'll share it a million times. It's a great organization. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. St. John.
That concludes our presentation. I'd like to again thank you for the opportunity to bring this to Caroline County.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is open. I'm going to ask people to come forward. I did want to say I appreciate Mr. St. John coming, because there is a terrible number of veterans who take their own life, and we really need to do whatever we can to help those who are, protecting us. So I do appreciate that. And personally, I tease you about Las Vegas. My daughter and son-in-law lived in Las Vegas because he was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base when he wasn't in Afghanistan as a search and rescue person. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. Personally, I understand what it means. Colonel, if you'll give me a second, I'm going to ask anyone who would like to speak against this project to please come forward now. Is there anyone who would like to speak against this project? Please come forward now. So that means everybody else wants to speak for the project, I'm pretty sure. So anybody who wants to speak for the project, if you just raise your hand. That's wonderful. Is there anybody here from Central Point? Okay, and a couple in the back. Okay. Do we all need to speak? I thought I just did. I thought I just did. We're going to continue the public hearing. I'm going to ask Commissioner Gade, Lieutenant Colonel Gade from the Army, if he would like to speak now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I very much appreciate it. And you can short circuit my remarks anytime by calling for a vote, as long as the vote is positive.
You want to stop for a second?
Yes, sir.
Oh. You go right ahead, but
Okay, great.
we're gonna take a second after you finish. Go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I speak on behalf of the Department of Veteran Services, the Secretary of Veterans and Defense Affairs, and the Governor when I ask you to approve this project. This, as you know, Virginia is the Purple Heart state, and I want to remind you that yesterday was Purple Heart Day. And the Purple Heart, of course, is the medal that's awarded to those of us who were unlucky enough to be wounded by the enemy in combat action. However, many people who are wounded by the enemy are not, in fact, awarded the Purple Heart because they are wounded in ways that are not visible, that are not obvious, who do not cause blood or loss of body parts. Caroline County has 2,500 veterans. In the county to our west, in Hanover County, there's about 6,000 veterans. Spotsylvania County has 13,000 veterans, and there are about 700,000 veterans across Virginia who can benefit from this program. In addition to that, there are about 130,000 active duty service members stationed in Virginia right now, many of whom are struggling with the same issues that Warriors Heart is going to be able to solve. The treatment, care, and services to be provided by Warriors Heart for our veterans, active duty, military, and first responders, I forgot to mention them, sorry, Sheriff, align directly with Governor Youngkin's Right Help Right Now initiative to improve behavioral health across the Commonwealth and the significant investment that the Commonwealth is making in that regard. So I ask you to approve this project. We are ready to, the Commonwealth, are absolutely ready to have Warriors Heart as one of our key mission partners as we save veterans' lives across Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. We don't normally allow applause, but I wanted to thank Lieutenant Colonel Gade. He served in Iraq and served proudly and well, so we thank you for that. Mr. Seeley had some questions he wanted to have asked, so I'm going to ask if we could do those questions now as part of the public hearing. There are more people to ask questions. They don't want to speak if we're going to vote positively, so I'm going to let you ask your questions. During the public hearing. During the public hearing. If anybody gets in trouble, it'll be me.
That's fine. Josh, can you come up for a second? These should be pretty easy. If you wish. If Mike wants to come up, bring Mike up. Come on, Mike. One of the conditions that I saw that everybody seemed to have heartburn with was the EMS call issue. And I have talked with the chief at length about that, and I think I have a good solution for that. It was supposed to be a condition. I don't see it in the conditions, and I'll have to ask if that is still a proposed condition. I see it in your concerns, but let me tell you what the fire chief and I have talked about. I don't want someone to not call 911 because they've had 2 calls this week, 3 calls this week. So I talked to the fire chief, and let's just throw a number out of 100 a year, because you may go months without a call. You may go a month where there's 4, 5, 6. Is that more in line with what your concerns were?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The concern is we never want our staff to be afraid to call for help, ever.
Correct.
Whether it's 1 call or 100 calls.
But you understand that one of the statements you guys made is you were gonna line up with the regional or regional rescue. I don't know how they do that in Texas, but regional for us, and I'll have Chief Loftus, he's shaking his head. We don't really have the region is Caroline County. And we currently have 3 stations, 24/7. We're hoping to go to a 4th in December. And so the location of the facility from all of those is concerned, because we didn't answer 100 calls last year. I mean, that's truly because there wasn't a unit to make that response. And I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand that the resources here are limited. And I just want to be on the same playing field with everybody. And I don't want somebody to not call 911 because they need it. But we have to sort of develop something so we have metrics. Do you know what I mean? Can you respond to that?
I don't understand the question.
I'm looking for a condition that was proposed. Leon, was that, I don't see that condition anywhere. I see it as an issue that was in the write-up.
That's correct. We had a conversation with Josh regarding that condition, and he expressed a concern, like he noted that he didn't want his staff to be in a position of not being able to call 911. And the 100 a year was not discussed. I think the original conversation was a certain number of calls per week or per month, and the applicant expressed some reservation about that, so we didn't include it in the conditions.
I saw it. I didn't know how this was laid out. I was looking to mitigate this because I don't want you to call, but I just want you to understand that there's no big regional. It's us. It's 3 stations today and 4 stations in December, January. So I'm just trying to figure out how we get there so that everybody's comfortable and we're not worried about the calls.
Mr. Sealy, there is a condition that has a 1-year review. So if at that end of that 1 year, that could be something that is determined if it was a burden, if you would choose to go ahead.
Right.
Each special exception has a year review.
I saw it in here and I didn't want it to not go addressed. You know what I mean? I didn't want it to be like, oh, there's nothing said. I'm just trying to look for middle ground for all of this.
If I may briefly, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, members of the board, my name is Mike Rothermel. I'm an attorney, land use attorney with the law firm of Spots Fane, helping out Warriors Hurt. I think and Mr. Hughes can correct me, I think staff's recommendation is that a condition limiting or setting a certain number of EMS calls as some sort of benchmark is not needed in this case. Picking an arbitrary number of calls that may be made and what that might trigger is, I don't think, something that staff's recommending, and that would be consistent with my client's position. The board has reserved a condition where it's going to take a review of this operation in 1 year. You can look at any number of things, looking back at what has occurred over the year. I don't know how you pick an arbitrary number of EMS calls to sort of set as a benchmark. So that's why our client objected to that, to the proposal for that type of condition.
I'm just trying to get us all familiar with what's here. That is my primary concern. Everybody in this room at some point in time may need to call 911. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page. I don't want there to be any surprises later. So that's fine. I understand. Warriors Heart is 2 separate organizations. As I understand it, Warriors Heart is a for-profit business. But what is the Frontline Healing Foundation, and is it run by Warriors Heart?
We actually have the CEO of the foundation here. Well, Chairman.
Good evening. William Black, Chairman of the Board, Frontline Healing Foundation. We subsidize treatment for veterans and first responders, and that's all we do. We'll pay for treatment anywhere. It's not specific to Warriors Heart. We're just a means for veterans to get help who cannot financially afford that help.
Okay.
And that is our function.
So will Frontline Healing be doing special events at this facility to raise funds? Will you guys be doing fundraising down on?
At a Warriors Heart facility?
Correct.
No, sir.
Okay. So no fund. You guys won't fundraise there.
No, sir. We try to keep it. It's a very separate relationship.
Okay.
They do their thing. We do our thing. So we fundraise, yes, but we don't intermingle that in that capacity.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
Josh, you want to add anything to that?
We are separate entities, separate leadership, separate companies altogether.
will you do fundraising down at this facility just as a matter of traffic is all I'm asking for?
We do not do any fundraising.
Okay. Is there anyone turned away because they can't get funding to go to the facility? So is that what the Frontline Healing Foundation does? Do you guys fund folks who don't have?
Yeah, one of the things that we're most proud of is there's not a veteran or first responder that doesn't receive treatment due to funding. To answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah, they may come from different pay sources, whether it's Gary Sinise Foundation, Frontline Healing, but that's one of the things that we're proud of the most is that.
Okay. What is the IOP Merit Lounging? It was off of your site.
I don't know. Merit Lounging is IOP is an acronym for Intensive Outpatient.
Oh, Merit Lodging.
MERT. Oh.
Or MERT. Is it MERT? I guess
Yeah.
it's MERT.
MERT is an acronym for brain treatment. It's a form of TMS. So IOP is intensive outpatient treatment. So SL or sober living, stands for sober living, and MERT is a particular brain treatment that we utilize there in Texas.
Okay. I'm just going down the list of questions that I've got. I've seen a number of comments on Facebook from people asking, can they volunteer? Can anyone volunteer at the facility?
Yeah, due to state licensing, the majority of volunteers have very strict guidelines. We do have volunteers that come out that do some heavy lifting type work, but due to state licensing and our clients and HIPAA law, the majority of volunteers not.
Okay. I'm just trying to clear up questions that I've had. From what's in my board packet, it looks like the vast majority of employees are paid to be on call and not physically at the facility. Are there on-call people all the time? Are they always there? It's just sort of unclear. I looked at your staffing plan.
Board members, Mr. Seeley, specifically Angel Lugo here. I'm retired United States Army Colonel who's board certified my entire career in healthcare management. I am the planning officer and with this regard, the compliance officer for Warriors Heart. The majority of our staff are not on call. They're actually on site. We do make sure that we provide 24/7 coverage on call for providers, physicians, and other clinical staff. But we have staff 24/7 in our facilities.
So the clinical staff would be on call if it's not a weekday? Is that what that means?
No, we have staff for clinical staff all 7 days, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Okay. I also saw that there was, if there was an episode or a problem regarding a relapse, that you call the local provider for alcohol and drug rehab. Is there a local provider here? Who is that?
I believe that refers to their primary therapist. So if there's a relapse, we would have them get in contact with their primary therapist. That was their therapist at Warriors Heart. So they could talk about, well, what happened, talk me through it.
So that's not some outside entity that it looked, when you read it, it looks like it's an outside entity. A local provider is somebody outside the organization that would be somebody in the civilian community. That's not what that is.
It is not, no.
Okay. A number of people have expressed concern about the close proximity to AP Hill and the training exercises, gunfire, ordnance blowing up. It can go on for days. Is there any concern about this?
No, it's actually a very good plus that's going on. There's no better to experience those triggers than while you're in treatment with clinicians and fellow warriors, and then learn how to have the tools and process it. So the only concern would be a good one.
Okay. I'm close to lastly. And this is sort of a new episode for this facility. I think most important question is what happens when somebody wants to quit the program early? Is there have been a number of different answers. I was told there was a 24-hour cooling off period. I'm assuming with hope that they would change their mind. Is there some kind of cooling off room where you would keep somebody separate till they made a decision? Is that something you, because I've heard 24 hours, I've heard if they want to leave, they can.
Well, I don't know where you heard that, but I'll just address it. First, just addressing the population is the average client, that's what we call them with us, has 14 years on the force, whether that's in the military, law enforcement. The average age is 34, just for context when it comes to that. And then to answer your question, if a client wants to leave, we facilitate them leaving. Of course, we're going to try to get them to stay. There's no room, cooling off period. There's just engagement with staff members and fellow warriors, just talking.
Well, and that's the new sort of piece of this is that folks are allowed to drive to your facility, I understand, and you take their keys. So I'm assuming that if they want to leave, you'll allow them to get in their vehicle and leave?
That's correct.
Okay. Because this is the first time we've had adults at a facility who are actually patients and could drive there.
Well, this is a non-lockdown facility. This isn't a prison. It's not. The people here come of their own free will and accord. They just are trying to get their lives back together. What you're referring to would be folks that needed a higher level of care than Warriors Heart provides.
Okay. I'm just, I've got a couple of closing comments, but thank you for answering questions because that's really what this due diligence is about, is just I'm trying to clear up questions that I've gotten from a multitude of people, and I'm just trying to get us all on the same page. But as Warriors Heart has heard me express in our previous meetings. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sure, just a couple.
Mr. Underwood, can I add something to what Mr. Seeley had
Sure,
asked?
go ahead, Sheriff.
I just want to let the board know that I had requested the last 3 years of calls for service at their facility in Texas, and I reviewed all those calls along with the emergency operation plan. And so I'm well aware of what calls for service we have there, and I'm very comfortable with the facility.
That was one of my questions. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Sheriff.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. That was one of my questions in terms of the number of calls that you've needed for outside agency within a year, or an average. Do you have any idea? Just an average.
We don't have that offhand.
Okay. My second question is, you talk about higher level of care. Does that take place during the intake process, or if I want to come into the facility and you say you determine if I need a higher level of care, is that when that occurs? And then what is that next step if you can't provide the service?
Yeah, for what we refer to as higher level of care would be a referral outside to a higher level of care. It's not something that we provide in-house.
Understand. I'm saying, so I come to you, we do an intake, and you determine that I need a higher level of care, more than what you can provide. But I drove to the facility for that. What would you do for me to get me to where I need to be for that higher level of care?
Got it. I understand. First, there's a series of screening and telephone calls that happen prior to you arriving.
Okay.
Yeah, pre-screening. However, if you did arrive and we determined at that time that you were not appropriate for level of care, we would help facilitate that to another higher level of care. Okay. We would not just send you on your way.
Good. That's it. Yeah. Right. So there would be some interaction and some support for that. Good.
Yes.
Certainly, I think Well, I have a comment, but that's my last question. If I can go ahead and comment.
Mrs. Long, you had a question
I-
or two?
Yes, I do real quick. First, thank you for the tour. I appreciated it and lovely facility. But I do have a couple questions because people ask me questions. I need to get answers back to them. Want to confirm that this is a for-profit facility, right? So it's not a quote nonprofit. That you do have EMTs there 24 hours a day on facility.
We can speak to that.
Good to see you again, ma'am.
Hi,
And
thank
really
you.
enjoyed your visit to our
I
facility.
enjoyed it too.
The state licensing regulation provides that directive of having coverage, specifically nursing staffing 24/7. As you may know, nursing staffing scope of practice is actually a higher level of EMTs. So it also says that we will provide that coverage for care depending on the severity of the clients. It is our practice to have nursing staff on site 24/7.
Great, thank you. And I've heard concerns about people leaving, that type of thing. But there are people who live in that area, and everyone knows the type of work you do, that there's medical facilities there. Are you at all, or do you do any security to protect people from coming in?
Since we've been there, man, the neighbors, not our next door neighbors, but 2 doors down, had a shootout. We've had a couple neighbors crash into the church. So it's neighbor, like safety in, out. I don't understand.
I mean, have you ever had a situation where someone comes in to try to get into your medical facility? Do you watch your borders at night, not for problems from the inside, but for possible problems from the outside? It was just
We
a
have
thought.
24-hour staff, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that's all the questions I have. I wouldn't have even asked those, but those are ones that I had. Mr. Seeley from Citizens, and Mr. Seeley called a lot of them. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. If you'd like to sit down, I think you can. Why are you looking at me? The county attorney is looking at me. Is
Because
there?
the public hearing is still open.
The public hearing is still open.
Right. I guess I want to clarify that there's no problem moving the Q&A with the applicant up before public comment.
Right.
Certainly no problem with kind of polling the audience to see who just wants to indicate support publicly for the application. But, under Virginia statute, we still need to invite anyone who wants to speak down to speak if they choose before closing public comment.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. If the board was going to vote affirmatively on this particular application, and I asked if anybody wanted to speak and they decided not to, we could just go ahead and vote in the affirmative, right?
Well, you need to close your public hearing before you vote.
Right,
And we
right.
don't know the outcome of the vote until it happens.
Theoretically, right, right.
And those are the realms I operate in.
I understand. And as we all know, I do not look good in orange. So we're going to make sure that we handle everything correctly. You tell me to stop if I do something wrong, okay? We have still time to open the public hearing is still open. So I will poll the audience as I did before and ask if you would raise your hand if you would like to speak for this particular project. So anybody who would like to come up, take 3 minutes to speak, talk about, did you raise your hand? Oh, okay. We got, see, there's a lot of support here. All right, it's 5, 6, 7. It's like 10 10 folks, we could spend another half an hour listening to you say you support the project, or I could close the public hearing and we could vote. You still got your hand up. You can put it down. I saw you. I saw you. And I'm glad we're all having a good time because this is a really serious matter, and don't let the levity distract from the seriousness. I very much support what you want to do. I very much support, especially the fact that you've included all of our public safety people in this same project, because the sheriff and I have had this discussion over and over again. They can't see what they see every day and not be affected. And I know, well, I've never been in combat, but I know the people who have come back from combat are never the same, and we need to do whatever we can do to help them. So I'm very much in favor of your project. We also have a 1-year renewal or a 1-year review to make sure that you do the things you say you're going to do and everything works out. So I'm going to ask if anybody would like to speak before I close the public hearing and vote in the affirmative. So would anybody like to speak? Would anybody else like to speak? I did see you. You can come and talk to me anytime. Anybody else like to speak? Last chance. Would anyone else like to speak? Hearing none, the public hearing is declared closed. Did you raise your hand? Okay.
Law enforcement never had this before.
Exactly.
When I retired, I had disability immediately, PTSD. I had to fight to get it. I had TMS treatment that took 35 hours. You don't think that helped?
And I can see from here, and I do know who you are, so I appreciate it.
Nobody was offering this as law enforcement.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Seeley, would you like to make your motion to approve the project? The public hearing has been closed. Am I good, Mr. McKenzie? Thank you. Mr. Seeley?
I've just got a couple of comments, and then I'm going to make a motion.
Just make the motion.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. I know that this has been an arduous process that nobody was used to at Warriors Heart. But this is the process in Virginia, and the Board of Supervisors didn't hold this up. This is just the proper order as you saw tonight at other things. So this is nothing, no affront to anybody at Warriors Heart. We're just trying to do our due diligence. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion we approve, and let me get the right number.
Special exception.
Special exception 0223 Champion Dominion Beverly's Run LLC, owner Warriors Heart, Virginia LLC, applicant Therapeutic Healthcare Facility.
Second.
Oh, no, he's not finished.
I thought you wanted the second.
I did. I said, look at Clay. He's racing me to it.
Okay. Well, the motion, this is where the chair takes the liberty.
Mr. Chair, with the conditions.
Of course.
With the conditions, of course.
Mr. Seeley has made a motion to approve special exception 02-2023. Let the record state that the rest of the board seconded the motion. So that's the motion. Any other discussion on the motion?
I just want to make a comment.
You're killing me, Pyle.
I want to make a comment. I just want to make a comment. I obviously am going to vote yes for this. I just wanted to say, when I was growing up, I had a grandfather that was a World War II veteran, and I was barred from talking to him really about it because of the experiences in the war, and his experiences in the war. And he died passed away when I was probably late elementary or early middle school. And about 5 or 6 years ago, my mom gave me his war record. So I have the Purple Heart, and he got a Bronze Star. And I just knew 1st Infantry, 3rd Battalion, 18th Infantry, 1st Division, and World War II. And last week, 2 weeks ago, I was on vacation in Maine, visiting my family, and I thought I was a dead end and researching, what had happened to him. And I reached out to an author who wrote a book on the 18th Infantry, and the guy gave me this plethora of information, and I found out my grandfather had won the Bronze Star for his actions on D-Day. And so I can't imagine the hell that he went through. So I really appreciate what you guys have done for the country, what you guys do for all of us, and this facility is we should be proud to have it in Caroline, so thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, applause is strictly prohibited during the board meeting. Are there any other discussions on the motion beforehand? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. You've been approved. Please clap on your way out. Thank you. All right, agenda item number 9 is the, we did 8, that was the sheriff. We did 8, I'm just saying we did 8. Number 9 is the task order for permitting assistance.
We've got to do this task order.
Mr. We take 5?
You want to take 5 to talk to them?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Shebel, give us 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
5-minute break. Agenda item number 9, Mr. Shebel.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Staff is requesting for the board of supervisors to authorize us to enter into a task contract with TRC, formerly Draper Aiden and Associates, to assist us with our VMRC, the Virginia Marine Resource Commission. We are close to DEQ of issuing the permit. They did throw up a new little thing that we are working through. We talked about in closed session to kind of get past that one last piece. And then they're pretty much ready to issue that. But we still have to go through, and then there'll be a public comment period from that and through the public comment period. If there is significant change or something that comes up, then they'll have a public hearing. If not, we do have a public hearing with the Virginia Marine Resource Commission. Our engineers did attend the same commission meeting when Chesterfield County and Prince George County had their public hearings on both of their intakes. So we kind of know what to expect from there. One of the things that we learned is that it would be very beneficial for us to actually have some public meetings with some of the stakeholders, such as the Friends of the Rappahannock and the Indian Tribe, and a few others, just to have a meeting to make sure we understand their concerns. So one, hopefully we can try to address those, and if not, at least we understand what their concerns are as we move forward. Also, it would help us with some renderings to be able to provide to the public as well as to the Marine Resource Commission to show them what an intake site would look like, what the property would look like, would also help as far as the public's view of what this project is. We would also stand up a web page to be able to have all the documents so that if somebody needed it, it would be easily accessible on the county's webpage that they could get to and find all those documents. There's a couple other tasks. Right now, we're just asking for task A. There's a lot of other questions with testing of the water that's really required for the design of the facility. And not that we don't want to do that. It's something that's going to have to be done. It's just that one of the tests takes up to 2 years to get those results back. So anything as far as designing to move forward with the treatment facility, we would want to make sure that we've got all that information in our hand and just questions on it. So staff is requesting that the board authorize $28,300 to come out of the $3 million funds that were set aside for the Rappahannock River, and have authorized Mr. Cully to sign the task contract. Be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Shebel? Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Shebel, and to just address a concern that Mr. Garrett had discussed, do we have any indication whatsoever that we will not get a permit
No, sir.
to
we
draw
don't.
out of the Rappahannock?
No, sir. Matter of fact, everything that we've gotten has been positive. We were having meetings every 4 to 6 weeks with the DEQ, going through steps and processes to making sure we were dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's. And that's when one of the items came up that we needed to address. So that is being taken care of. And then we've got a couple small things that are being addressed. And hopefully our closed meeting discussion will wrap up the last thing. They have asked us to respond within 60 days. And that time frame is a September date to be able to respond to 3 of their questions. So we hope to have those all taken care of. And that kind of completes that process with DEQ, or at least we hope it is. One of the things that slowed us down was Caroline County became a victim of a new statewide construction impact avoidance mitigation regulatory authority that was put in the caboose bill. So nobody knew about it, kind of got snuck in and got through. And really that one particular legislation had to do with the Hampton Road Sanitary District Bridge project, and it had to do with migratory birds that were on the bridge and how to mitigate that. DEQ kind of took that and said, well, this is statewide. That was not the case. So we teamed up with Chesterfield County and Prince George County, along with Chris Pomeroy with Aqua Law, and we actually worked with our legislators to get that stricken out and removed. So that's no longer an issue. But that did slow us down through the regulatory agencies because it was going to cost us quite a bit of money in mitigation for these things that they were requiring that never really went through the public process of putting this new law into effect and was never intended to be for all construction projects. So that kind of slowed us down. And then, of course, COVID didn't help us either. So those things did slow us down, but we're on track and moving forward and just trying to make sure we've got all of our ducks in order and that we understand what the concerns are and trying to address them from the public's view.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I make a motion? We approve the task contract for Virginia Marine Resources Commission.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mr. Underwood and Mrs. Long. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Agenda item 9A, Mr. Forehand, you'd asked for this to be on the agenda. Bless you.
9A.
I've asked that we reconsider a vote from our last meeting regarding the PERT. There has been some significant changes made that make the plan a little more palatable. And understanding that this is a long-range plan and it's not going to be built, nothing could be built tomorrow. Like to open this issue back up so we can revise the plan and reconsider it at a future date. That's my thoughts on getting this back open. If I need to make a motion, then I'll do so. I move that the board reconsider the vote taken in its prior meeting on June 13th, 2023 on agenda item number 6, which approved proposed amendments to the county's comprehensive plan, but did not include expansion of the planned innovation, research, and technology development area to approximately 2,700 acres located off Jericho Road, so that the board may consider a smaller PERT area in the same vicinity.
Mr. Forehand has made a motion to reconsider a previously voted on issue that was voted on at our last meeting. So therefore, his motion and the fact that he voted on the prevailing side, his motion is in order. Is there a second to Mr. Forehand's motion?
Can I second? I'll second.
Any discussion on the motion?
Once again, this is very frustrating because I haven't received any information on any changes that I know of. And so whatever significant changes, I don't recall getting any unless we received a email from the applicant saying that there were significant changes. So I'm not sure if did staff receive?
I can clarify. This isn't to vote on anything. This is just to open the issue back up so that we can finagle changes with the thought that it'll be a smaller area and to keep it open and then we evaluate the changes at a later time.
So this is just the procedural motion that basically
right.
allows you to put the item back on the table and then.
I understand that, but something had to change his mind in order to change the vote, obviously, and I would imagine there'll be a communication in some way, shape, or form. I never received any communication of said whatever it was to make the change of mind to bring the vote back up.
I believe he just said it was a smaller size.
And that's wonderful, but where was that communication to us or to staff?
Well,
that's my concern is so anyway, yeah, go carry on.
Okay. Any other questions? No. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider the PERT vote on Jericho Road, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay. I don't even know what I'm voting on. I mean,
you're voting to reconsider the motion
I
that we
understand
turned down.
that. I'm with Mr. Black. We're voting on something with nothing in front of us. Nobody's shown anything.
No. Understand procedurally what you are doing is voting to reconsider something you turned down.
I completely understand the procedural vote.
That's what you're doing. That's all you're doing.
So there's nothing to put in front of you at this time.
Right.
Because we're not discussing the change. We're going to discuss the change if we agree to bring that back.
Right.
So we're not putting the change in front of you.
There is no change in front of you. The only decision you're making now is whether you want to reconsider the vote that turned it down That doesn't mean you're approving it. It only
Right.
means you're reconsidering the vote you turned down. The chair has detected division of the House. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote? On the motion to reconsider.
Aye.
Mr. Black,
And I had communication, I might consider, but no, nay.
Mr. Seeley,
I don't know what I'm voting on. I'm gonna say nay till I see something else.
Mrs. Long,
Aye.
Mr. Underwood,
Aye.
and I vote aye. So the motion to reconsider carries 4-2. So,
I'll make a motion to defer until our September meeting. Any other action on this?
Second.
yeah, you can.
I'll withdraw my motion if we want to discuss it more, but
No,
again,
no,
there's
I don't
nothing, there's nothing to vote on at this point.
No,
so-
you can do that. I just wanted to make sure we were procedurally doing everything right. We are now voting, we voted to reconsider it.
So the issue is back open again.
So the issue is back open again, and now you have said, I would like to defer until our September 12th meeting.
Correct. So we have something, we have time and effort we can put towards something to look at.
And theoretically, what we would be putting on our September 12th agenda is exactly what we turned down before.
No, not, no.
Yes, that's what the procedural motion to reconsider does.
It's exactly what we,
That is-
and that's my problem with this.
Wait, I'm the parliamentarian for now. What we have done is we placed that particular item on our September 12th agenda,
Okay.
just as it was before. At the September 12th agenda, we can entertain any changes you would like to entertain, because that item is on the agenda again.
So there'll be other options with that one.
Theoretically, I don't know, but theoretically, that's a possibility. What happens is we voted to reconsider.
Right.
Everything we did last time that we turned down is now back on the table.
Yeah, we haven't done this, we haven't done a reconsideration vote my entire time on the board, so I understand why it's clunky and.
No, it's not. I've done it several times.
Okay.
And I've also done it where I changed my vote to be on the prevailing side, because only people on the prevailing side can do a motion to reconsider, which you were.
Yeah.
All right? So now you're making a motion to put that agenda item on our September 12th agenda.
Correct.
Is there a second?
I hope everybody's ready to be here real late on the 12th. I mean, this is gonna be early at the rate we're going.
Well, we don't have a second to his motion yet, to put it on the 12th.
second it.
Mr. Underwood seconds the motion. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No, this is the motion to defer. All opposed?
Nay. I'm sick of my.
So that's why there had to be discussion before you went for the vote. Because this is the vote to put it on the 12th,
He's made a motion to defer it
to the 12th.
to the 12th, yes.
And I'm saying, do you understand what's on the agenda for the 12th? How late are we gonna be here?
It is exactly what was on the agenda last month. That's how motions to reconsider work.
I think he's saying the other volume of other items to consider.
Other items to consider will be brought by staff if that's what staff decides to do.
The point of clarity, I guess, is you can defer to any meeting you want, right? So, I think Mr. Seeley the point he might be raising is there space on the September 12th agenda to add this meeting, or should it be put on the September 24th or 5th or whatever date that meeting is?
There's always space on the agenda.
Yeah, and that's not my prerogative, so.
Yeah. I try not to, but yes.
Would you like me to reword my motion to give the flexibility?
I think a month is
A September meeting, if it's 12th is jacked up, I would like for it to be in September.
That's fine. I think we'll work on the 12th agenda starting next week, so that's fine. You can say the 12th.
Okay.
If it turns out that not to be the 12th, I'll come back and make sure the board knows
I'll just leave my motion as is then.
You'll leave your motion as is. We had division of the House, so you're voting to defer this to September 12th. You vote aye. Mr. Black?
No, I'm going nay.
Mr. Seeley?
I'll say aye, but this is,
Okay, thank you. Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Long votes aye. Mr. Underwood? And I vote aye, so the motion carries 5-1. That'll be on our agenda on the 12th, all things considered. Mr. Cully, would you like to give us information and calendar items? Well, we're deadlocked at 3-3, so
It ain't going in.
according to the county attorney, we basically had no action, so it can carry over.
Right now it's tabled. There's no action on
Right.
it. So it would carry over basically automatically. You could, I think one point to make for clarity is the motion to defer and the motion to remand aren't mutually exclusive. If it's deferred either, by default or by motion to the next meeting, at that meeting you could make a motion to remand. The application was filed March 2023. You have 1 year to review, so you still have a fair amount of time left on that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cully?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we've included from finance the status of your capital projects, just a overview of where things are. I don't really have any highlights on that. We pretty much complete the administrative annex early voting center, but we haven't finished paying all those bills yet because we just got that worked out with the contractor last week. Most other projects, fire station moving along, and it's still on schedule for substantial completion in early December. This Friday night here in this room at 7, we have the Fire and Rescue Recruit Academy graduation for any of you that want to attend, for all of the fire recruits that we had going through our program. Our next meeting, which we need to recess out of this meeting to the 23rd at 6 p.m. for the work session with VDOT. And I think there's a couple other items to take care of that night on the agenda. I don't remember what they are right now, but I think we do have a couple other things other than the VDOT work session we might need to take care of at that meeting. Labor Day Monday is the 4th, which is, of course, a holiday. And as you just mentioned, the next board meeting is the 12th. The state fair starts on the 22nd of September. It runs through October 1st. And we have the second board meeting, the 26th, which is during the fair of September. So 2 board meetings in September. And I think that's all we could think of that was on the calendar right off.
Okay, I think, on the 23rd is our transportation planning meeting.
Correct.
Mr. Wilson and I were talking to a gentleman at MC Dean who was trying to fund improvements to Dry Bridge Road through MC Dean. I'd like you to make sure he gets a chance to come.
We cut Dry Bridge Road out of the.
And I have on the planning agenda, we're going to talk about grass cutting at Lady Smith and Carmel Church with VDOT.
Yeah, because they weren't ready tonight.
And the changes to the technical review committee.
Only on one side.
And there was a first reading Mr. Hughes wanted to do.
Right.
So those are the things we had on the 23rd. All right. Anything else?
Yes. No, sir.
All right. And you did mention this is the first fire school this year. First one ever in Caroline?
Ever.
I'll be there, Chief. I just haven't had a chance to.
What time is it?
7 o'clock here. The first ever in Caroline. Okay. You getting married again?
Daughter.
Oh.
At the house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you won't be there. All right. That appears to be everything. Closing board comments. We actually did not finish our closed meeting. Would the board like to finish our closed meeting on the 23rd?
I just got I do have, Mr. Kiger got back to me on that appointment, RACSB. So can we just make a motion to appoint
He
him?
wants to do that?
Yeah, he will.
Oh, okay. We can go back to agenda item number 2, which was appointments. The Rappahannock Community Services Board of Directors.
Yeah, I'd like to approve Sean Kiger, or make a motion to approve Sean Kiger to that board.
Second.
Okay. K-I-E-G-R or E-I?
K-I-G-E-R.
I-E-G-E, okay. I before E, except after C. Okay, and then Mrs. Hall makes the second. All in favor, say aye.
Yep, aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Black. Hmm? Oh, did you make the second, Mrs. Hall? Okay, Mrs. Long. It has of course reached the bewitching hour. All right, closing board comments. Do we want to, we'll continue it. We've completed the performance review for Mr. Cully and now have one review, and I think we can give that to Mr. Cully on the 23rd. And you have comments. I will not forget you have comments. I think we all do. So that's what we'll do. Closing board comments for the last time, Mr. Forehand,
I'll pass. Thank you.
Mr. Black, Mr. Sealy.
None.
Mrs. Long, Mr. Underwood, Mrs. Hall. I just thought I'd try to sneak one in. All right, I don't have any either, so we have completed our agenda and
Motion to recess until the 23rd of August, of August.
23rd of August, 6 p.m. in the
this
EOC,
building.
in this building?
In this building. VDOT.
VDOT planning. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. We are recessed.